welcome to UPL, at least what is known as UPL. We're currently under a nice and fresh rebrand, but we won't ever rebrand our casters because Sticula and Chief have returned. You can see the pain on Sticula's face for being stuck with me, but it's okay, Stick. We still love you. Reese, my friend, welcome.
Thank you, Chief. We'll make it through today, and we've got a couple games up on the docket. The first one, Tidal versus Emergence. Two teams already eliminated from playoffs, so essentially playing for the bragging rights here between either being stuck in dead last or maybe finishing just a little bit ahead. Emergence Black, it's been a rough season for them. Their roster has been in kind of the dump so far. So far, actually having no wins, and their round differential only the second worst in the league. There is a lot of road for them to improve and a lot of ground for them to take up moving forward. As you can see, their opponent's Tidal, a very familiar team, though their position in the league currently not the best. Their roster definitely a new star shining here in T4.
Yeah, unfortunately, Tidal will not be able to leapfrog into fourth place as they do not have the head-to-head against Noah Areta, the team sitting in fourth place right now. So it's interesting when you think about Tidal and then you look at the road conference, the bracket of death, 5 and actually 6 very competent rosters. I mean, unfortunately, 2 of them are forced to go home. And if you put $1 million and said Tidal and Emergence are the rosters going home, I don't know if I would have been quite prepared for it. But I mean, it does make sense. You have Synthetic, you have Slaughterhouse Bravo, and Prevail in this group. And those 3 teams pretty much guarantee themselves that seed moving forward into, well, our top 4 in our playoffs.
Yeah, the one thing about the playoffs run down here in the Rogue Conference right now that does kind of leave me with a little bit of an asterisk, a few unanswered questions, is the fact that, to my knowledge, Prevail has pretty much all but disbanded. Momo left for an opportunity elsewhere, wink wink. Rush, I believe, has gone LFT. They never solidified their 5th, so essentially it was a 4-man roster, then 3, and being a roster that's looking for 2 players is very difficult to try to regain your identity and actually fill out that roster, especially with such a limited time in between each and every one of the playdays. So I can't tell you what's going to happen with Prevail, whether or not they're going to bring in emergency substitutes and will go on to play in playoffs, or if the roster will disband, their spot be given away to the next best ranked team in the Rogue Conference.
All you need to do is pull a Pride 2.0, join their roster, take their seed, and just bring in your own roster to the spot. We've seen that happen before. So, you could always be, an enterprising snake and steal the roster away and move yourself into it. But all just aside, we do have our map bans for this best of 1. And as we were mentioning, Reese, this game, it's really just for bragging rights, and it's Emergence opportunity to try to guarantee themselves a win here in Week 5, and Tidal, well, they want to also guarantee themselves a win so they can finish at a 2-3 record. Cafe, surprise, surprise, a staple of T3. We saw it yesterday in our first days of Week 5, and it's going to come back once again.
I don't know. I have my experiences with Cafe, and I don't really know if I am ready just quite to go here again. Tidal, I haven't been able to cast them yet, so that is the one kind of redeeming factor. If we have to go to Cafe, I will be fine because it's Tidal and their roster is relative unknown to me. The one player that I have very familiarity with is got to be Mr. B, going back to when he played in EPS on Project Neo, which seems like just absolutely forever ago. They've also got Maxilli, who I've been able to cast a few times recently. Reed Sync, I haven't been able to cast him, but I did stumble upon, I think, like a highlight clip of him on YouTube, just kind of in the ranked trenches. Otherwise, on this roster, they have Packrat, who is kind of, I almost want to call him sort of the rookie of this roster because he's relatively new, because he's sort of playing more of like a soft support kind of flank watch position. And X-Stars is the other one who I believe you and me have at least casted 2 or 3 times here.
We've had to cast X-Stars like 1,000 times at this point from just about every single roster that he's been on. And, well, the one thing we have to say about Emergence Black is they've never really had a true 5th. They started off the seasons with Cool, and unfortunately he had to depart the roster. They've been playing with Dolly. They have been playing with, I think, Jokester is now in the server for Emergence. And again, when you have a 5-week season and you're playing the majority of your play weeks without a primary entry, I mean, it shows their record because Cool is a phenomenal entry, but with his sudden departure, I mean, what does it say for your team? You're always going to be scrambling. When you're playing with subs, most of their games are also, forced to be rescheduled because, again, they're playing with substitutes. So it just puts people in an awkward position, and I hope and wish the best for Emergence so they can solve their roster issues. And the same thing with Tidal. Tidal should not be a 5th place seed in the Rogue Conference, and that's crazy to me that they're not qualifying.
Yeah, I think if the playoffs, or rather the regular season, was like a 7 or 8 week, he probably would have had Tidal in playoff contention rather than heading into this week 5 game and already being eliminated essentially with no chance to even move up one position here in the bracket. Tidal, I would definitely put my money on them, given that Emergence, you mentioned no solid 5th, is that entry player missing, and I do not think that's really what Emergence Black need because their backline isn't as strong as you would hope for it to be otherwise. Tidal have got a great entry duo. Reed Sync plays Ashe like just no other player. Maxilli can really flex across multiple different operators and fill whatever role you need and still be able to gun. X-Stars, I think, also kind of helps out Packrat in playing sort of that more support position. Tidal's roster is just really well-rounded, and with Mr. B sometimes playing kind of like an entry IGL position, Tidal just have a great mix of everything going for them. When you look at Emergence Black, it's just hard to justify them being able to come out on top in this game today. The one big thing that we have to talk about has got to be Jokester coming in as sort of a substitute last-minute player. Sonafin has been kind of the one bright star, I would say, on this roster so far. He's been able to add kind of a little bit of foundation behind him, and that's definitely what Emergence need here.
Well, our producer, Screaming Lord Tachanka, has entered in the pitch, and there's a good reason why he's so excited for Tachanka, simply because he doesn't receive a lot of play. And the face value of it, Smoke is going to be the better operator because he technically covers less time, but his smoke grenades cover more area. And if you wanted to cover the exact same area with a fire grenade, well, you have to expend 4 to 5. Tachanka in the face level, he has a minute of time denial, but again, you have to guarantee those fireballs hit pitcher perfect, and it's just impossible to do so. So you expend more of your fire grenades, which means you don't have time to cover it. It usually comes down to about 20 seconds of coverage, and compared that to Smoke's 30 seconds of time coverage and denial, it just became a little bit, difficult to use them. Now, if you use them in conjunction, that's really where he shines, and he can start to use those fire grenades to funnel attackers into a particular position, and then you throw your smoke grenades, and all of a sudden, the attackers are going to be inhaling toxic gas, their feet are going to be on fire, and it's just really not a good day to be in any of those scenarios. So we have to monitor how Mr. B is going to be using this atypical operator.
Already quite something of an early engagement as Packrat just tried to tease out at the reception area close to the main doorway, but took a lot more damage than he dealt. And now the Cade player sitting on just a tiny fringe of health. Reed Sync going to take up a position sort of guarding off at the wedding side, and it looks like Emergence are going to go for what looks to be an entirely horizontal push. Nobody heading for vertical so far, and the composition that we see brought here would definitely alert you to that fact. Packrat now kind of embattled here inside coat check. The Ashe will run through, and her teammate just a little bit too delayed. Finally, though, able to secure the trade as it looks like Emergence just might be able to get control on the first floor, but look at that. The Lord is going to let loose with the LMG, claiming the first kill in the column of his team to try to hold back the forces as Reed Sync will land a nasty headshot through the single door, battling the bakery pressure, and still Emergence just looking to get their first step into the building. Their lack of vertical play going to become something of an issue now that Maxilli makes his presence known here up in Train.
Playing in that vertical angle, Chax has to be very careful that Maxilli doesn't punish him outright, and particularly with those red pings in favor of Tidal. I mean, that powered position that Maxilli's playing is going to be almost impossible for Emergence to even be able to deal with that, and time is slowly being wasted. Emergence, their 2 remaining attackers are separate from each other. One sitting on red stairs, that's going to be Talon, and Shaq's still over in the big bakery. They're going to have to coordinate exactly where they want to push from, but they're in a full-on crossfire. A defender has moved his way in through Kochek, and Mr. B has that cross coverage. Now Diffuser surrendered in that red corridor, and Emergence are going to have to evolve all their hope in round 1 on Shax as he's stuck over in Wedding.
Ouch, and he's not going to get much done in that position as Reedsink will swing out for the Jaeger's second pick off the back of the first round, and, well, we can chalk that one up as a success for the Tidal Mr. B Tachanka strategy on surface cooking. Dare to say, I think my first Tachanka defense win that I managed to cast. He just does not come out of the woodwork terribly too often here. Round 1 for Tidals, they'll open up the scoreboard. Maybe Emergence looking for an opportunity to respond. We'll have the site rotation hit, bar, and cocktail to be seen. Unfortunately, though, for Tidal, we won't get to see the Tachanka a second time as Mr. B is going to flex over to the Italian intel operator, a Maestro, as Tidal look to bring forth a much more sensible composition.
Well, Mr. B seems to love his LMGs on defense, but his first round pick of Tachanka, that LMG, I mean, he never used that gadget once. All he used was making the holes from the shotgun, that 7.62 round just impacting the wall. And I think that was part of the problem with Emergence. Their offense never really pulled away any of the utility of Tidal. And I was really struggling to see what was the strategy that Finn was trying to have in that round. What was he trying to accomplish? He sends his troops in through Kochek for a fast execute, but as soon as they lost those trades, they were stuck in Kochek in a 4v4, and they were forced to rotate attackers outside over to Big Bakery, and still, they never really found a foot in the door other than in 2 rooms. They're obviously going for that linear take, but after that, once it failed, they need to say, all right, this strategy didn't work for us. Let us reorientate. Let's try to rewrite this strategy mid-round. That never took place, but that's a lesson that Son of Finn can apply as we move into round 2, and we start our execute upstairs in bar. Where will Finn elect to go? Well, Talon has shown the buck, which means Emergence has the option of going for that reading room execute underneath that is pushing reading room and then using that Buck skeleton key to remove all of the floorboards away from Cocktail.
Well, for those of you who are eagle-eyed, you might have just spotted the fact that Reedsink tried to play a prep nitro on the red hatch, but was unsuccessful as I think Talon's skeleton key sent it away from the rooftop and down onto the floor, but Reedsink now one less in terms of that nitro category, and the explosives from Tidal have nearly all been expended. Barely at the 1 minute mark through this round. Packrat's only holding on to his remaining. I think Mr. B probably used his in service to create a rotate, given that there is a kind of a lack of the reconstruction shotguns here for the Tidal lineup. Mr. B going to be very influential. Usually what we'll see for the Maestro player is kind of holding a cross back inside Cocktail if the attack of Emergence tries to cut their way through the mid side of the bar. One player out on the rappel as Jokester is thinking about making some leverage, making some pressure, but it's Chax who will get the first word in. Opening kill. Max just kind of eliminated. It's hard to play near that bathroom when you're being pressured from not only inside a piano, but also a player out on that white rappel. There's really nowhere you can go.
So we are highlighting how Buck can be effective in this round, particularly taking in from Reading Room, but he's currently participating in a linear execute. He's a primary droner over by Blue. Now he enters in through Piano, trying to take on a gunfight. Again, you've brought out a certain level of utility. It's in your best interest to use it. Now, maybe this is just Alan flexing it on an operator that he likes to use. It's going to increase your surface area firepower, which does make sense when the defense is expanding out so many of these walls to shoot back at you. And, well, that pre-set up strategy for Tidal, it's actually working not in their favor as Emergence has a man advantage. Now, converted into less of one, but still in favor of Emergence.
Top of the white stairs kind of becoming sort of a choke point here as the defense was trapped below and forced to rotate, but Mr. B thinking about a sneak play as he crouch walks his way through the middle of the bar. X-Stars holding off at Woodstack, but Mr. B will chime in for one, rather Packrat with the TCSG, and Mr. B fell before he can get a word in, but X-Stars will isolate Talon for the first kill there in the 1-on-3. The Iana running completely wild into the gunfight, and X-Stars now into the 1-on-1, and he'll get the clutch as he pulls away in the second round. Tidal What a round and a utter disaster for Emergence Black.
This is why I love X-Stars. Everybody puts him on support. Everybody says X-Stars is the worst player on Tidal. And he's not, simply because when all of his other impeccable gunners, the Pack Rats, the Max Illies, the Reed Sinks, and Mr. B are dead, somebody has to click heads, and it's always X-Stars. The reason people are like, oh, X-Stars isn't a good player is because his other teammates are just getting these miraculous kills that he sits back in the bomb site the whole time and just cams. And that proves it right there. X-Stars is an incredibly mechanical player. Now, Emergence. They had a different operator lineup. They had the Buck. They never really fully utilized it. Instead, they went for just about as traditional of a West execute as possible. Maybe that's because Joker is in this lobby playing that substitute role, but they still never really accomplished any of their goal, whether or not it was putting that bomb down, moving their forces towards the east. They did a decent job of opening up those piano walls into bar back storage, but beyond that, they allowed Tidal to have far too much fluidity throughout that round, allowing that sneak play, as you highlighted, coming in from the U-bar, going in from the flank. While that didn't work for Tidal, it still showed the holes for Emergence, and more Tidal members were able to exploit that. Emergence needs to do a better job of riot control when executing upon a bomb site.
And that's one of the bigger strong points of Tidal. Despite the fact that Emergence, their attack was kind of lackluster in some departments, I think the fundamentals of it were all right. They managed to get the opening pick off the back. They isolated Max, which is one of the best things as a caster. You can see the fact that they do not neglect to clear Pixel, and they approach it from like more of an advanced, sort of intermediate fashion. When the setup began to deteriorate, Tidal were not completely caught in the woods. We had one player, X-Stars, step up, and he got the frags that the rest of his team needed there in that moment, and that's one of the things that Tidal definitely can try to lean on. Pack Rat playing for a vertical hole. The Ash player, Oakster, just up above, but it seems the window on that angle might have closed. The Ash still just kind of precariously waiting. She'll charge on through, but now alerted to the fact that Pack Rat's hiding below with such a dangerous tool as a Nitro Cell. The Jaeger just waiting close at the Pixel door, and I don't think Talon totally aware of this. Sure, he'll know now as the Skeleton Key begins to tear open the wall, and Max nearly sent DBNO, only a tiny sliver of remaining HP. Emergence, so far, I'd say they're fairly successful on their vertical control take, but ReedSync is going to look to maybe change and flip the script as he'll find Talon just in the middle of the bar and set back the progress Emergence had made.
I'm just going to make an assumption right now, Reese, that Max Illy wasn't droned because of a mute jammer on the Pixel door. Because if that's not the case, that's a huge error by Emergence. You should never allow it to happen. And you want a textbook execute on how to clear out white stairs? That was given to you by Emergence and Sonofin, directing, hey, if we want to deal with offsite pressure, if we want to shut down one of the two highways upstairs, well, White Window is a great way of doing it. A fast and speedy execute, and Tidal wasn't quite prepared for that. One of their best fraggers, actually been pretty quiet so far in this series, has now been removed off the board. This is going to allow Emergence to continue on this vertical play, removing the ceiling and forcing Tidal into defensive positions that they're not going to be particularly comfortable with.
Vertical stage already underway here as the round gets lower and lower. Emergence just trying to isolate maybe a couple chance picks, but the way the Tidal are playing this defense is exactly right in the 4-on-4 when the time is low. ReedSync thinking about contesting down the white stairs push. Really just Tidal trying to hold off some of those key crossroads, the highways as you deem them, now could work against Emergence, but Chax has gotten the drop through, but caught nearly through the rotate. ReedSync will find one, and now the second, the third kill for the castle and the UMP wielder. Chax is going to finally end that killing spree. Diffuser just recovered, and the plant is going to have to go down in an unorthodox plant position, but with Pack Rat up on the vertical game, we're going to have a few moments to try to search for it. One player spotted out, Rai taken down. 2-on-1 here for Tidal as the Iana just tries to back away, but pestered through the vertical game. Chax is going to find his second, and the third up through the vertical game as Emergence are going to pull off a miraculous clutch to save their tertiary attack.
The man with the crazy emotes saves a day for Emergence. He keeps his roster in it, just off that mechanical skill. Now, I will say, Emergence offense right there was exactly what they needed. They applied the lessons from round 1 and round 2. They had full crowd control, and it all started off with that white window rappel, where we saw the Gon 6 open up that castle barricade. The upside down rappel came in, and Max Illy ended up losing his life. That forced Tidal to play the remainder of the round at the man disadvantage. Now, I will say the one problem I had with Emergence that round was how fast they executed on that laundry hatch. It was almost like the call came in, hey, we have an opening and reading, and they got so tunnel vision on that execute that they forgot about the, well, crowd control that Tidal still maintained. That was a pressure that was still available on the white stairs, as well as in the dining room bomb site. Those were the pre-made angles. And, well, Emergence, they saw the opening, but they didn't see the cross coverage. And we saw the bullets start to rain through. Joker lost his life, and that full sprint in through that rotation, and that forced Chax into that 2v2 scenario, and it shouldn't have gone in that close of a manner. But again, a mechanical recovery by Chax, perfectly shown by that flex secondary entry.
I have to say there in that last few seconds, it looked like Tidal just kind of were missing out on a few chance pieces of intel. They weren't fully aware what the play was from Emergence, and ReedSync was sort of caught off guard. He managed to make up for it with a nice two-piece at that site entry, with one dropping down the hatch and sort of getting stuck in the laundry rotate, but ultimately the round is going to silence, and Emergence will get their first win. An attack performance on the board early. Exactly where you want to be here. Emergence attack on Cafe, it can be a bit troublesome, especially given the Tidal are one of the better teams in the league, though their standings might not represent that. Max is already searching for an engagement as he'll get drone at the bottom of the white stairs, but is not exactly pushed away. Talon seems to be aware of this, though, so a little bit of game sense here. Frag grenade tossed, and the Jaeger, rather, Vigil will go for the swing, finds one, and almost the second is Chax. Was ill-prepared to take such a gunfight. The 1-for-1 will be in. The Maverick taken off the board. Lucky that Son of Finn bringing that secondary hard breach.
I mean, there you go. Emergence, they're more than capable of evolving into fraggers. They have a very young roster, but this roster, why they maybe don't have the accolades of Tidal and the flashy showboating skills of so many players on Tidal, they're going to be players that you're going to talk about in the future that can definitely enter in the same vein as Tidal. Case in point, those first opening engagements in favor of Emergence. And here is Mr. B on the operator that he showed back in round 1. He is a apparently staple operator for Tidal, and they seem to be very comfortable on this operator. And I guess at the end of the day, it just comes down to personal preference, and that's kind of the beauty of Rainbow Six Siege. If you like Tachanka over Smoke and you're capable of gunning, which we saw definitely from Mr. B in round 1, then run Tachanka every single round. That's what makes this game so different than just about everything else out there.
Well, Tidal's need to work a pick is going to become fairly obvious, and ReedSync is going to isolate Son of Finn, now dropping the diffuser, which is going to create a bit of a desync, but the Tachanka, I'm not sure what exactly he was looking at, as he'll get caught out just in the middle of the objective. X-Stars will quickly try to hop on and maneuver the Yokai, but Chax is getting dangerously close to getting the case down, and the Yokai still rolling. Now the case on the ground. And the clutch is going to have to be a big one. ReedSync is going to find the first kill, but X-Star's knocked off balance and challenge from Jokester, trying to see if he can wrap around for the second, and the Ash substitute will make it happen as Emergence put us back at equal after domineering this attack win.
Wait, was that actually trade for that final kill? Because it's showing the player sitting over on Java. That was Chax. Anyways, good round for Emergence. They did a lot of things well. They went for another linear execute like they attempted back in round 1. But this time, their execution point allowed them to have more surface area. And what I mean by that, if we look at the two places they executed on, one was from reception and a coat check, one was into white. If you actually enter in through white, you can challenge a lot more places, because if you just enter in through reception, you can get stuck into a kill box. But if you enter in through white, you can just retreat out, you can work up the white stairs, apply pressure on the vertical angle, or you can keep pushing your way in through VIP, eventually into Whiskey. And, well, with that small coverage that Emergence had, Tidal was instantly forced to make aggressive plays. It was a plays down the brown stairs. Now, that was something that Emergence should have been prepared for, but Jaeger was able to take the gunfight, actually punish Emergence for that, but with such a strong insertion that Emergence had, Tidal was going to be forced to make those aggressive plays, and they weren't able to come back to a true equal man count. Good read by Finn, and a good execute by Emergence.
So we've kind of had a bit of a back and forth effort on the map. Now as the tertiary site is back to front focus. Tidal looking to maybe rewrite the script. Last time they went here, it was fairly close. It had to come down to an Emergence clutch up by Shax, who had an incredible mechanical display after bailing off of the plant just inside of reading. So far, a few close clutches so far. I think it's fair to say this is a pretty even game, despite maybe some of the hype that we delivered to Tidal. Not exactly living up to that so far, as the game is flat equal, and Emergence are looking, I'd say, better than usual. They've managed to kind of attack this a bit more oriented, kind of default, but the Nitro launched up just a little bit premature on the detonation from X-Stars, as the targets he was aiming for will all escape unscathed, and that marks 2 attempted Nitro Cell tosses up to the hatch. X-Stars really wants to get that opening kill for his team, but so far, no luck.
You know, Emergence has a term for that style of play, having a Nitro Cell fly up through the hatch. It's called getting windstormed from some of their old scrim partners as well as old teammates from Windstorm that just love to do that style of strategy, just the eat a Nitro Cell sky high and pray that it connects. The problem is it's really an awkward engagement simply because the opportunity cost of utility starts to come in and you're not guaranteed to get a kill with that Nitro Cell. You'd be better off using it for vertical play where you can actually hear the attackers, use that audio call, or once the attackers start in with that, well, removing the ceiling away from you, you can start to pinpoint exactly where those Nitro Cells are. You have a higher chance of hitting it. And right now, Tidal, they've wasted another Nitro Cell. Now, the pack rat Nitro Cell was designed to cut off some of the fluidity movement that the attackers are going to have through piano, but it's still not being used as the explosion removing kneecaps.
Well, the castle, Rethink just kind of seeing if he can hang around here for long enough to delay the clock. The fact that Tidal wasted a lot of their Nitro Cells early is not very helpful in this position, given that if you did have one, you might be able to catch the Buck, who is essentially sitting still behind the bar, maybe thinking about a flashbang to launch over, but a great play there. Max is going to trade things off, but Jokester will get aggro and shut down Max at the top of the white stairs. Advantage still sits within Tidal's fingers, but with the time so low, rotating and getting in position to resume this attack now that you've lost Talon and Sonafin, kind of your 2 primary attackers at the first battle line, the time is not going to get much better. And so it's going to have to be another likely clutch performance, something electrifying from Emergence if they are to take this round. In the end, finally, we can see them beginning to form up, but control of Cocktail with 20 seconds to go really doesn't mean all too much. You don't have a lot of time to try to work a pick or play from the vertical game. And so essentially, you just have to think about the next step. However, given that Emergence are in the 3-on-4, things can change in an instant, and that's exactly what will happen. Shax will pick off Reed Sync, though Rai is down. Now X-Star is taken down for the count. Jokester is going to try to play for the frag, a decision that will cost the round as the diffuser was caught out in open, and the time will elapse.
I was about to say, that round failed on a strategy level for Emergence, but their full send in through laundry rotation, just like they did in their previous reading defense, saved them the round. The problem was the substitute Joker got a little bit tunnel vision in that scenario. He saw the pressure coming in for Brown and eventually that hell door. He took that gunfight. Instead, he elected to sprint in through the 90 corridor and take that cross coverage. Not the play to have. Again, he either didn't know he had the diffuser, he thought Shax had it, or it was just a bad information call. Because if the diffuser did end up going down, Emergence, in theory, had enough coverage to be able to save the day or at least take on those gunfights. An unfortunate scenario, and again, when you have 5 seconds left on the clock, it is incredibly important to realize, hey, we still have more than enough time to execute. Just take a deep breath. It only takes 2 seconds to put the diffuser actually on that ground. So if we just put ourselves in a safe position, we'll be more than fine. Tunnel vision and maybe a little bit of panic cost Emergence that potential victory in round 5.
Yeah, that was something out of nothing for Emergence. I feel like the chances of them winning that round were already pretty low on the face value, but their ability to kind of take control of the side at the last minute benefited them there, and has also been very helpful in their previous attack on the kitchen site. Tidal will regain their lead that they had held for the first 2 rounds to see if maybe they can close out this first half and establish themselves at a 2-round margin. Reedsink has got that nitro. He's going to do it again. Surely by this point, Emergence are prepared for it, and there's no chance in the world that Reedsink is going to get this one off. The way that they'll approach this, I think, is deliberate to try to avoid and evade the nitro, and Reedsink will double back, having gotten nothing off the back of it. Packrat, though, thinking about maybe a garage peek. Let's take a quick look outside and maybe see if there's anyone that would be vulnerable to such. I like the fact that Packrat has pre-opened this, though, because you'll remember in the last bar round, the main kind of crux at the start that established them and really got the Emergence beast rolling was the fact that they used the Whitehall window to shut out Maxilli.
Rotations have been made already in this red stairwell. This is going to give Emergence that extra leg up as they start to push in through piano. All default basic stuff. But what becomes a little bit more complicated for them is dealing with that hard utility over in piano. They've already dealt with a bulletproof camera. Now they've dealt with that Goyo shield. Maxilli forced to fall away after those ADSs got fully burned away. And Emergence, they did have coverage once again on white. The problem was they didn't coordinate who was holding the white window as well as that ADS burn. And to make it even more bittersweet for Emergence, they've just lost 2 players. You're highlighting Packrat free opening up green door downstairs over by white. Well, gifted him a free kill.
And that's exactly why you're going to set that up early, as this round a total difference to the last time we were at about this mark on the attack. As it looks like Emergence are kind of just spinning their wheels, but without much to get done. Especially now that you've lost your Iana. That's some of the last second intel when it really comes down to the push that you're going to be needing, and the rest of the team only has 5 drones total. Talon will display his as he'll get some intel onto the Jaeger, who immediately, after being detected, will rotate out instead to try to hold on and play this man advantage, but Maxilli will peek now that the hard breach has been opened and the bar stock area is essentially void for play. So 3-on-4 has struck, but Talon DBNO in the middle of piano, and it's a really tough area to try to get a res off. Talon maybe just be able to try to rotate back into cigar shop, but this does not look likely, and Sonifit doesn't even try to res him.
That was a desperate play coming in the end by Emergence. I mean, that white corridor that we saw some of those gunfights go down is just a death trap for an attacker, simply because you can be swung from so many different angles. I mean, in theory, there are 3 different angles on white stairs alone, whether or not it's the left, right, or middle of those stairs, plus you incorporate being swung at crouch level, head level, and the vaulted position over by wood becomes practically impossible to pre-aim that corner. And it's a fatal funnel at the end of the day. There's so many rounds that can be rifled down range, and even the door frame where Finn ended up losing his life. I mean, Emergence, they're doing a solid job of taking piano. They understand the basics and the minigame aspect of breaking down Pixel. What do you do after that? That's becomes the most difficult part of that round. We've even seen Emergence elect on their reading room defense to expand their offense out to the east windows, upside down repel, and apply pressure that way. You're also bringing a buck. Move him over to that second floor. Soften up Cocktail. That's going to force Tidal to play more aggressively. But it has been written in stone. A 2-4-1/2 on attack isn't a bad deal. Now, this map is starting to lean a little bit more towards a 3-3 split, but still, it's not a bad position to be in. Now, Emergence just has to show what they're capable of on defense.
Yeah, I mean, 2 rounds for Emergence isn't shaky by any margin. It's really up to how they're going to play on the defense now and what Tidal do to react to that. Some of the Emergence attack look better than others, and I really have to underscore again that change that Tidal made in their strategy. They recognized that the Whitehall window repel was a significant vulnerability, and when they shut that down, look at how much time waste they got off the back of it. I mean, I guess maybe you could kind of chalk that up to a pick. Always having a kill is going to slow the attackers down because you have to kind of spread yourselves a little bit more thin and judge how you're going to do that. But now that you don't have somebody on the rappel, because the threat is known, you're not getting back on that rappel, I can guarantee that. And so clearing out the Jaeger and Pixel is just probably not going to happen through the use of that rappel or maybe any other. An aggressive play early in the round as Jokester maybe thinking about chancing a peek towards player, but the Clash is something that is kind of evaded detection for me personally, as we'll see what she can do. Sonafin on the Clash sometimes can be quite a scary sight. Tidal have plenty of nades though, so unsettling the Clash shouldn't be the world's most difficult challenge, but as I say that, now you've lost half of those frags.
Jax has been phenomenal so far in this series, playing in a pretty traditional spot by Pixel. Now Tidal, they found themselves in a mini game that they're struggling to deal with, and it's going to get even worse. Packrat elects to have that second floor pressure, but Emergence was prepared for that contingency. They had pressure underneath to deal with that directly. Now Tidal forced to execute for the halfway mark of this round with a -2 man advantage. You've lost basically all of your flex operators as well as your flank watch. No ADS burn, a set of frag grenades off the board, and if you want to start to deal damage, we're going to have to start to take gunfights. And Tidal will not do so. Jokesters will. The substitute already spring into action.
Well, now you're really in the danger zone as you have no remaining utility to clear out the Clash, and Max is going to fall, but Sonafin looks like exposes himself as the Clash, and so you won't have to worry about that too terribly much. A 2-on-4 with Max DBNO at the ticket side. X-Stars is going to have to make the decision if he'll try to go for the res. I wouldn't say this is completely out of the woods for Tidal to be able to pick up, but it is going to have to be a strong individual performance, and Max has just not been having that game so far. It's been ReedSync, the entry, who has had the strongest show, but Max is kind of absent in this game and is not living up to what we usually expect from him. Emergence are playing this perfectly well. They know most of their utility still stands to block their progress. Max will get res. It came dangerously close. Only a sliver of time remaining, and now the Toxic Canister. X-Star is taking a huge portion of damage, and Max can't even move forward.
This is just death in a box for Tidal. I mean, 7 seconds left. Even if they get killed, it's all consolation prizes. Emergence even going to present themselves in that scenario. And that's Emergence taking their first defensive round. And it seems like the attacks that we've seen on bar for both of these rosters are really struggling with a collective goal and that ability to push in towards the east. Now, Reese, I will say, having casted Tidal a bit, there's always one particular player that pops off, and it's any 5 of them. Some days it's Max Elliott, some days it's Packrat. Today it's ReedSync, other days it's Mr. B and X-Stars. That's just kind of the foundation of Tidal. They're an aggressive team that just wants to click heads, and we know that everybody won't be able to do that. It just comes down to their fundamental plays. That could be a good philosophy to have on defense since you're the one dictating the pace of the round. But on attackers, where you're forced to, well, siege a map, it becomes very difficult. But you have to get a foot in the door, and so far, Emergence is denying any insertion whatsoever.
Alrighty, moving into round number 8 as the season for Tidal and Emergence is getting ever closer to wrapping up. Emergence, the stake on the line here is entirely based on their want to not go 0-5 through the season, maybe to at least come away with 1 win. That would be, I mean, nobody wants to go completely just obliterated through the regular season. In Tidal, maybe they're going to let them do it because they recognize the position they're in is not going to change, really. I mean, even if Emergence win, they're not moving up ahead of Tidal. So, Chief, what's really on offer here? What is the bounty of a Tidal win? It's really nothing. I mean, it's the experience of playing against Emergence here that is pretty much the only thing of value coming home, and maybe a few clips for some of the entry players. That's all you're going to be able to get in this match.
I mean, that's actually a fair point, and something else we need to address. Tidal plays in other leagues, and, well, they're actually doing really well in other leagues. So you would be in your best interest if you're a Tidal fan to say, you know what, I'm not going to go to any maps that I want to play when I go into postseason. I don't want to show any strategies. And Emergence, well, their whole goal is to find a fifth. And whether or not Jokester is the one, or if they're going to go with somebody else, you just have to fill out that chemistry. Again, Emergence is a really young roster. You have players like Chax, Talon, Rai, who are trying to make names for themselves, you know, in this scene, and Chax has done a wonderful job of that so far. I mean, he's had rounds where he single-handedly saved the day for his team. Now, Talon, the same thing can't be said for him in round 8, as he gets fried off the bat swinging out from Cocktail.
Well, that should help to maybe expedite the clear just a chance bit now that you don't have the undronable visual to worry about. Though Tidal's still a little bit kind of concerned and preoccupied with what is happening inside of Train, as they might have been unaware that the hatch drop was hit and Emergence have given up their hold. Jack sort of lingers at the bottom of the red stairs, though I would imagine Packrat surely has deployed an air jab to cover that flank route. That could be Emergence's way to try to maybe sneak back into this round. Vertical play should begin fairly shortly, as X-Stars has managed to survive kind of the initial conflict of the round and gets the skeleton key into use. However, his use of the breaching hammer, I would say, maybe a little bit too judicious. You want to immediately go up and open all of the holes. You do not ever, in Siege, really just open a hole for the sake of peeking it, because that gives the defense all that they need to know to shoot back at you. And if you die and you've only opened one hole, I mean, if I was the IGL, that's just unacceptable. You've got to set up the vertical game, but I don't think it's really going to matter much here as the kills continue to roll on. 2 for the flank watch, and now a third. But things are going to change just a slight bit as Jokester, the sub, will find a single kill, and the Nitro will sail up to collect on X-Stars. The Sonofin tries to go for a bit of a flank, so creep down the hallway. He misses his opportunity, and air jab stalls the progress, and the TCSG against 3 opponents is not a fight you'll often win.
And he won't even be able to pull that trigger on Maxilli, who hears his air jab be shot away by that slug shock, and making all of that noise, it's an easy pre-aim for him. And Emergence, their whole strategy that round was to waste time. However, they didn't waste any time. Let's compare the Tidal defenses compared to the Emergence defenses. Tidal would have reinforcements upstairs, and they'd fall away in what I refer to as stages. One room at a time, sniping away drones. Emergence, their initial offense was to get aggressive, and Vigil immediately swings as soon as he either hears the red drop or the new hatch drop. He knows that they're rotating over to Cigar Shop. He takes the gunfight, and honestly, that gunfight that he took is maybe a 50-50, which means he has a coin flip of whether or not he wins it. Your goal as a defender, particularly when you're doing an off-site pressure roam like that, is to waste time, not to take those gunfights, particularly gunfights that are 50-50 coin tosses. You know, if he was maybe in like an 80-20 gunfight where he had an 80% chance of winning it, of course take that gunfight, because the likelihood of you losing it is just very low. However, every gunfight Emergence had throughout that round were coin tosses. I mean, even Chax's gunfight down over by that wedding room single door, or that wall, he got wallbanged. Of course he got wallbanged. What else would he die from? I mean, that's a soft wall. Everybody's going to pre-fire that. You swing that corner, you fast peek it, bullets are going to be answered, and they see the wall is soft, you're going to shoot through it. Again, it was just bad positioning and bad situational awareness for Emergence.
Well, one other player who has been kind of mostly silent this game we had hinted at in round number 7 is Max, who I think pulled away with a 2K in that round, so he's kind of inching his way back towards equal. Tidal is going to resume the position they held at the end of the first half with a 2-round lead, but now only one step away from moving up to match point, and that's kind of the danger of Cafe. The momentum can sweep you away, and though Emergence have battled and have made a strong effort so far, can all slip away from you in the moment. Rai, I like that bulletproof camera that I used, setting it up so you have a little bit of intel. That would have helped earlier in the game when Tidal needed intel so desperately inside of the reading room site, so Emergence shouldn't have to worry terribly much about a plant going down and them being in the dark. Top floor attack as it's the vertical confrontation. Tidal maybe thinking about what ways they can dispatch with this extension that we see deployed up here, but Sonofin bringing the mute jammer is going to try to slow things down a little bit. However, Packrat is kind of snuck behind enemy lines as he assumes control inside of Train and maybe try to peek through just inside of the dining area. He'll go prone as he kind of gets a better picture of what the site setup is looking like. And so essentially Packrat has got control of the train side, but he's not going to be able to work much without the rest of his team's efforts. But look at that, X-Stars is going to find Joker, and now you've just completely lost out Packrat for 2 kills as he will assume control of Dining nearly a third, but Talon will respond as this extension on the top floor severely undermanned. Looking like Tidal are going to be able to secure control, but a few last bits of utility, the final holdout, as they'll try to get it dealt with.
Wait, did that frag grenade of X-Stars fall in through the gap? That's unfortunate, to say the least. Now, could have forced Talon away, but he's going to stand his ground, take that gunfight, and now he's lost his life entirely. Jax, he's saved around the last time he was here. Well, that was his reading room attacking execute. Now he's a defending execute. He's supposed to do it against 3. He can hear his castle barricade being meleeed. He can also hear the audio cues through that floor. A lot of angles for this young player to look at, and he's going to be forced to look at every single one of them. But the vertical pressure from above absolutely fries him. Shax now falls, and that's Tidal moving on to their match point.
Yeah, after kind of an awkward first look at the bar attack, they've completely swapped it up, and now we'll race up to 6-3 with an opportunity to close it out here. A few points of note. Gotta be Packrat. He's playing on the flank watch, he's playing Nomad, but he is certainly having his impact felt. 9-8 so far, and the 2 picks that he got completely bisecting Dining in the red hall were crucial in that round. I think without them, Tidal probably would have had a much slower time in assuming control of the top floor. Because the Nomad gets 2 picks there, essentially what that does is it puts Emergence into such a tricky position where they have to say, do we stay up on the top floor in Cocktail and risk the round dying without the attack even progressing onto an on-site push, or are we going to drop down and try to hold on to what's left of the site, knowing that Packrat constitutes a significant threat inside of Dining?
Again, honestly, Reese, that just comes down to Tidal doing Tidal things. Packrat is always playing Nomad. And the fact that he's always able to get multi-transfer kills blows my mind. I mean, that just shows how good of a player he is. He's always being put in scenarios where he's capable of winning. Now, Emergence forced to fight on the back foot. They're going to go back upstairs to bar, the only defensive round that they've won. And I have to say, I like the defense that they're bringing out. A lot of utility being set up in piano, but more crucially, they're putting utility downstairs on that second floor, also towards the west. This is going to allow them to hold piano from 2 different angles. They have their pixel shield pressure, and they're going to have their nitro pressure from underneath. Now, only 1 nitro cell to be seen for Emergence. That's going to be on Talon the Malusi. But still, this is going to force Tidal into a different style of execute. They're going to either have to deal with both these pressures at the same time or execute underneath. If they don't execute from underneath, they're going to always be vulnerable to that nitro cell.
Kind of a difficult one to look at here from the Tidal point of view and how you're going to approach this. Drone is just going to roll through the red hallway, and I think maybe the Jaeger of Jokester had spotted it, but at least Tidal are going to have a few bits of intel to try to work off of. They're going to be aware there is a vertical hold below that they need to worry about, and you've always got to keep that at the forefront of your mind. A good nade, but it'll be absorbed by the ADS before it can even reach its intended target way at the back of the freezer, and I think the second one is gobbled up by an ADS as well. Now you've lost 2 frag grenades really for 0 benefit so far. ReedSync needs to be a little bit more decisive with how you're going to put those nades to use. Looks like Pixel is going to be cleared fairly shortly now as the ADS is burned, but the deployable is still going to remain in position, and the Wamai player of Chax has proved his weight in salt from this pixel door position plenty of times over. In fact, I distinctly remember what he was able to make happen last time he had tried to peek ReedSync on that particular angle. One player hopping out on the rappel over towards the east side is a bit of an unusual sight, as the pixel shield still remains up, with 2 minutes nearly having eclipsed the clock.
Why isn't Tidal putting emphasis on that white window, the stairwell window? If you just open it up, it forces Jax to play this a little bit more passively. He can't sit so comfortably behind the deployable shield, and Tidal is applying emphasis over towards the east. They've already sent in the repel. It is straight in through heaven for Reed's sake. He takes on the gunfight. Max Iliad's onto the board as well, and X-Star is going to evolve into on-site pressure, and just like that, Emergence instantaneously crumbles. All of their players instantly find kills. It was maybe a 5-second execute for Tidal. The wave washes over Emergence, and the up-and-coming roster won't even be able to find a win in regular season of UPL.
That is a tough thing to say for them, and their earlier statistic of being the second worst team when it comes to round differential, well, they've moved up to that first spot now as they will move ahead of Dallas Vendetta 7-3, going the way of Tidal as they will finish ahead. But as we already talked about, no opportunity to try to move forward and gain a spot in the postseason for both Tidal and Emergence Black. Their season here in the spring split of Upsurge 2021 is over with. We do have one more game ahead of us. It'll be Lee Mickey taking on Trust Only Your Squad. But before we get to the second game tonight, we'll be headed to a short intermission. Stick with us. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Upsurge Premier League. We've got our second best of one of the evening here in the second to last day of the regular season. It will be kind of an interesting matchup. We've got the first seed here in conference taking on a challenging team who are looking to book their spot in playoff contention. My name is Sticula. Joining me here alongside in the casting booth is Chief. What is your first thoughts going into this match?
I'm excited to see what we're going to see today. So, like, Mickey and X13 are both sitting at the top of the Raven Conference, both sitting at 3-1. So, like, Mickey's goal is to win this series. They have a 5-round differential ahead of X13. So, if Lay Mickey wins, and assuming that they keep their round differential going at a 7-5, which means add 13 rounds to the round differential, a perfect position to be in. Now, trust only your squad. They're currently sitting in 5th in the Ravens Conference. They have an overall record of 2-2. But what's important to note is Phantom Legion, Mystic, and Trust on Your Squad all can finish regular play at 3-2. So Trust on Your Squad is playing for the head-to-head as well as the round differential moving forward. One of the problems for Trust on Your Squad is they actually have a negative round differential by 4. So this is a very crucial round for them, or series for them. They have to guarantee that they go positive by a large margin. So basically what they're shooting for is a 7-2 or better.
Yep, we can take a look over towards the rosters to get a bigger picture of who will be on the playing field tonight. Trust Only Your Squad, of course, the runner-up in the previous season. They are a team that's been around for a long time. The core of Jarden, Cordell, and Matt Bonger have been playing together since their time on Powerhouse, which is forever ago. Cat and Jello are kind of the two new faces. I believe Cat is kind of the newer of those two. When you look over on the Lee Mickey side of things, a lot of these players haven't directly teamed with each other for a terribly long amount of time. I know Mal's had some experience going back playing on Redux Rising. Habibi played on X13, I think actually earlier in the regular season as well. Previously, he played on a few different rosters. I think probably the one of most note for him would be Katsu, kind of a CL qualifier team. Newt has been around on many teams, very competent sledge player, but Donnie is the one kind of unknown factor. Both myself and Chief haven't ever seen Donnie before. I haven't even heard of him.
Sounds like we just egoed the poor guy. But sometimes it's important to note we've had players change their names or run something different in game, and you're like, wait, that's so-and-so? Why did you rebrand? Why did you change your name? That happens so often. So there's a very good possibility that Donnie has changed his entire name, his persona. But we have to talk about our maps, where we're actually doing our battle today, because our 10-man lobby is only one piece of the puzzle. Reese, do you see what I see?
Oh yeah, baby, there we go. We're heading to Chalet. This marks, I think, only my third or fourth total Chalet cast, and
same for
boy,
me.
am I really excited to jump into this one. I thought for a moment we were going to be heading to a second Cafe Dostoevsky, but no. For the second game here on our, what's today, Tuesday? Our Tuesday play day? We'll be heading to Chalet. Finally, to see what it looks like. I'm hoping that we get a little bit more Chalet as we step away from the regular season and go into the playoffs. But we're about 30 seconds away from jumping over towards Chalet. And I have to say, I don't know if I can totally chalk this one up as favoring either team, just because we don't know how often they practice this map.
So the last time I casted Chalet was actually Tidal. And I had to say, they taught me so many new things. And more importantly, I learned that Max Illy is nuts running around the map, and that's something that we have to note for Chalet, because technically it is attacker-sided if we're looking at T1 statistics, but, this is amateur play. But why that's important is if we take in that Tidal lesson, we've seen defenders say, all right, I respect this map is defender side or attacker side. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to take gunfights. And when you start to take gunfights, and more importantly, win said gunfights, the entire attacking momentum just instantaneously gets train wrecked. The train flies over the place and gets nuked.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Chalet fairly attacker-sided, and my experiences with that stature have definitely lined up through both the matches that I have casted Chalet in, as well as the couple of scrims that I've actually played on Chalet. Generally, the attackers tend to perform better. Kind of similar to Consulate, a lot of your first entry into the building is going to be off of the back of kind of like a balcony or a rappel when we're talking about attacking the vertical extension. For a bar and gaming setup, a lot of times what you'll see is the attackers drone out and rappel in, shut down air jabs, close off rotations from coming in at the solarium side. A lot of rappels there. You also see rappels from the K9 balcony or just actual boots on the ground from that balcony. And talking about the site rotation, generally what we'll see is the bar gaming site gets played a lot just because of the strength that you can hold up on the vertical game. Then sort of second fiddle is caught between office and master bedroom, or heading actually just directly below that in the kitchen and dining room areas. The basement site has seen some play, but generally moving down the ranks from T1 to T2, T3, and even here in T4 amateur play, the basement just doesn't get a whole lot of play. But the one key takeaway from the operator ban phase is we have no Thatcher ban, no Maverick ban, no impact on hard breaching at all. Instead, a total focus on the roam game, as both the Nomad for flank coverage and the Jackal for flank clear have been eliminated.
So one of the most crucial mini games, and to build upon that point a little bit more, Reese, is when you're holding bar even downstairs in kitchen. Well, you put Kaid Claws upstairs on that 4 quad wall. Each of those have 2 panels apiece, and one Kaid Claw on one side, another Kaid Claw on the other side, and all of a sudden the attackers won't be able to open up that wall until you push in from underneath, doing this 2-pronged assault. But now with the attackers having so much utility that they can whip down range, that style of play is actually be incredibly nerfed. You're going to have to find new ways of stalling out the attackers, and that's why we are talking about and paralleling Tidal and how they were playing this map, because they realized that they just didn't have the fundamental utility anymore to end up holding this map in the traditional way. They decided to take gunfights, and like Mickey, if we look at this overall roster, I would absolutely say, particularly with Mouse in the lobby, with Habibi in the lobby, they're going to just be swinging corners, and if you're trusting your squad, you have to absolutely be prepared for it.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, you've got to be ready for this, and it's curious that we'll have Habibi bringing the Jaeger instead of something else. From my experience in the past, Habibi has not really played entry or frag on a lot of the teams he's been on, but the one takeaway that we've had recently, of course, with Jaeger's recoil changes, I've heard a lot of talk about the fact that you want to have your SMG-11 player bring the Jaeger just because that recoil is so difficult to tame. The experience on using a machine pistol that the SAS operators bring might give you just a little bit more credit to the 416, but we've already had our first kill on the board. So it was an aggressive play by Mouse on a Matt Bonger. Your Zofia, quite some casualty to face. Under 1 minute transpired for the round.
A slow execute for Trust Only Your Squad, and losing one of their best attackers instantaneously is going to nerf them severely. You've also lost one of your sets of flat place breaching charges, but that won't matter too much to Trust Only Your Squad simply because Cat has brought out that buff. Now, there's still a laundry list of things that Trust Only Your Squad needs to deal with before they can even set up that style of strategy. Dealing with the Melusi Jammer over here by the K9 window, but more crucially, Habibi playing over by piano. He has ADSs, he has deployable shields, and he's set up in a position to basically perpetually exist. He goes for the swing though, realizing realizing he's being pressured, he loses a lot of his HP. Life Force eventually going down, but not out. And just like that, the top hold floor for Mickey has crumbled, but fortunately, Mouse is able to rectify that and even man count at the half.
Well, a solid trade, but it looks like top floor control entirely behind the lines of Trust Only Your Squad, as they're going to change their focus now towards the vertical game. How they will address Mickey's hold inside of kitchen and dining proper, as well as maybe Mouse, who is thinking about teasing the boundaries of this objective. But a great Nitro will send up from West Main the third kill of Mouse, and now Newt to chime in with the LMG of Maestro the Alda, just behind the head glitch table in the center of dining, leaves only your Thermite untouched for the course of the round, with 2 remaining smoke canisters, the newest addition to his kit. But against 3 operators, there's not much you're going to be able to get done, and Newt has the final blow to send Mickey 1 up so far in an impressive hold of dining and kitchen.
That's an incredible angle. I mean, it just looks straight at the door frame, and 2 attackers remove their foreheads from that position, and that all to the buzzsaw it can be. Now, I love how we always talk about how Thermite, his new addition to his kit, his smoke grenades, but remember back in the day, like year 1 or year 2, he had them, and that was incredibly awesome. He would just smoke off the breach and everyone rush in. Now, completely different meta, and I like how teams are debating whether or not we need to bring smoke grenades over flashbangs, because there's a time where Thermite had to bring flashbangs because he was one of the primary ADS burners. Now that we're away from proper utility consumption, Simulator, you can forego bringing out flashbangs. If you still need to go for a burn, well, smoke grenades are going to be good enough for that. If you're bringing Zofia, which just about every lineup is, well, you have concussion grenades for that. And we've seen players flex onto operators like Lion and Buck, who also have flashbangs. That allows you to have all of these creative and different lineups where you're able to accomplish different goals. And that's kind of the refreshing thing about this new meta. And I guess one of the refreshing things about Chalet, because bomb sites are exactly what we wouldn't have predicted. Everyone's like, oh, basement's gonna be the best bomb site, just like it was back on the OG map, but now it's the worst, and it's allowed new bomb sites, new metas to come in.
Well, if we really want to take a trip down memory lane, we can go back to the time when Thermite had frag grenades and Frost had Nitro Cell, which is really a blast from the past there. And the utility always constantly in a state of flux in total. Cordell, the first step towards the attack in the progress. Jordan thinking about maybe some pressure from the game's Windows side. I'm just trying to get my bearings as far as what this attack progress is going to look like. There are a couple different ways that you can approach this. Of course, the common defensive hold, as we can already see here, is going to be holding up above. You might be kind of confused seeing the fact if there's only one defender even anywhere near the objective, but now as we'll go up above, you can get a clearer picture of what the makings of this strategy will look like. One player heading in from below, that'd be Cordell, I believe, trying to establish a little bit of control, and he's got his teammate Matbonger kind of helping him there as well. We might see Toys attempt a game side plant, just completely ignoring the vertical game, stepping up from the blue stairs side as Jello will call the Lion. EE1D will go out as the progress from the attackers is beginning to mount on towards the objective. Relapse will set up a bit of a shot hole open through the top of the stock and backside wall, but Habibi is going to find the opener as he'll isolate Cordell, just creeping up from the bottom of the blue stairs, completely taking Toys' plan off the rails.
This is an atypical execute simply because most rosters are electing to go north to south, and more gunfights ring through, and just like round 1, it's more or less these two teams refragging themselves back and forth. Remember, at the 90-second mark of round 1, both these teams were tied up on the man disadvantage. And just like that, with the snap of fingers, it changed. And that storyline is going to be identical in round 2 and round 1. Now Jordan, left against 3, stuck over in Mudroom. A loud vault has alerted everybody on Team Mickey that something is happening over in this one small room. Jordan is just playing temporary angles, hoping that Mickey starts to peek him. He knows the angles that are being held. He attempts to challenge him, but unfortunately unable to pull the trigger. That's 2 rounds in a row for Mickey.
Yeah, and there's kind of the danger that you're going to see and walk into when you attempt the bottom floor clear and fail to address the vertical game. The angle from the staircase, the flank of the Melusi coming out of nowhere, pretty much took that strategy entirely off course, and Toys were not in a position to try to correct that early mistake, and so the round is lost as a result, as the attacking favored Chalet suddenly looks just a little bit friendlier to the Lamicki defense so far, as they face little difficulty in dispatching Trust Only Your squad. The one thing I wanted to highlight was the performance of Matt Bonger and Jello, particularly through the mid-round there, and of the duo between the Lion and the Sophia. They made that almost winnable with a few chance picks that they got. The refrag onto the Melusi, however late, was still there, and theoretically, if a few more things had gone to the favor of Trust Only Your squad, that round could have looked just a little bit differently, but we won't get to see what an actual difference there will look like now as we're heading up to the third site in the rotation. Lamicki gonna show us what their makings are on master bedroom and office.
So far, the defense for Lamicki looks about as standard as they come. Now, we highlighted Trust on Your squad with an atypical execute back in round 2. Are they going to go for something similar, where they only push from one side of the map, or are they going to channel in their inner villa and push from south to north, clearing out all those nooks and crannies of library, while also incorporating some pressure on that first floor, just to remove any soft utility, whether or not they're ADSs, even though all the ADSs actually seem to be stacked over in piano. And this is actually a good adaptation, because if we go back to round 1, how we saw Habibi play in that position was off those ADSs. Some of them were shot for free, being put in bad position. Now, hopefully those lessons have been learned. Cordell, on the other hand, he seems to be repeating the steps that he did back in round 1 and 2, going for linear executions and just pushing straight through windows.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing many changes here, and that is just slightly worrying. Toys are going to have themselves an engagement as Habibi is stuck just here at the split doors, and Cordell is going to tear the wall open. The Jaeger nowhere to run, and Cordell hunts him down. The opening pick for Toys could provide just a little bit more benefit. This attack, however, is a little bit different in the way that they're approaching the top floor. Of course, we've kind of had a small glimpse into what this progress looks like so far, because we have seen Toys attack the top floor when it was a dining vertical extension clear. However, this time, just looking a tiny bit different. You have one player roaming below. Mouse is going to deny any hopes of maybe your buck coming in and playing spoiler to the vertical game inside of the dining room side, as Mouse is not going to give that up terribly easy here. And the one worry I have is Toys have approached this in something of an unorthodox way, and Newt will hit a fantastic chance shot just through the bathroom window, as he is going to send another Toys attacker straight to their demise. And now the diffuser is out of hand. Toys are going to have to recover this, but they haven't really made any substantial progress. The main breach wall isn't open, and Toys continue to waste time without any foundation that they can really set up their attack on.
That angle that we saw Newt holding before, that one tiny sliver of an angle that he had over on a trophy, was incredible. I'm sad that he got forced away from it, because if he got that kill, that would have been the second one-tap of the game, and it would have been beyond a masterclass, to say the least. Now, Mickey's hold has been exactly that, though. They're applying pressure every single twist and turn. They're able to run out. They're able to go for swings, and now Jello's going to have to directly deal with that. He has a lion call, so he knows Mouse is lurking underneath. Mouse overstays his welcome, though, just constantly that tease swing. Well, it doesn't now work in his favor. Mickey's still with the man advantage, though, and they're going to just have to hold the fort down. Perfect positioning for Relapse is going to do exactly that. Now Jello, he is on 1 kill in this round, converting it over into 2, but it's still a laundry list of things he has to do at the 20-second mark, bearing its ugly head, spotting out that Ash, and still he has to fly up these stairwells. He knows he's in a crossfire, but the crossfire has been fully dismantled. Jello's in the position to save the day, but the Frostmat stops it dead in his tracks. Oh, that could have been such an incredible round for Jello, but robbed away. LOL summarize it perfectly.
Nice clutch attempt there in the final seconds by Jello. The vertical angle just spotting the feet of the player inside the bathroom, but Fortunately, Toys will fail to convert in their initial struggle. Their attack setups have been pitiful so far. They are not going for these default takes. This is really a weird way to attack Chalet, and one way that has not benefited them at all so far this game, as Lamicki are going to tear open the scoreboard 3 rounds to nothing. No response from Toys. So we'll head into the second half of the first split. See, maybe if Trust Only Your Squad can recover something, because things are looking desolate from them so far, trying to do too many complex attack strategies, and then getting caught out simply on the superior gunny of Lamicki.
I would actually like to see how that Frostbat was set up, because there's a lot of talk about it in chat. Either it was the most Giga Brain Frostmat that we've ever seen in the history of Frostmats, or it was just unfortunate timing. But I mean, the lobby seems to think it was the foremost of those options. It was just such an intelligent Frostmat that nobody in their right mind could have ever predicted it. But I mean, also 7-second execute. You're probably going to die to something BS like that. Anyways, though, that kind of is the motif for Trust Only Your Squad, as you're highlighting, Reese, because they're just struggling to find any momentum in any of these attacking rounds. They're able to get good refrags, and as soon as they're at equal ban count, they almost start to rush steps, or they forget about their execute entirely. And again, I've talked about points like this before. A lot of rosters become very good at like dry running their basic execute when they have their 5-man roster alive and active. But as soon as some of their players falls, you as an IGL have to immediately reframe the way you think and say, all right, I only have these operators left. I have to accomplish this goal. How do I do that? And that's such a difficult question. How do I rectify this attack? And so far, Trust Only Your Squad, they've really been struggling to answer that question. Maybe it's going to spawn now as a library execute and Newt falling off. That's exactly what Trust Only Your Squad needed.
Yeah, you had to take down Newt because he has just been a monster on the playing field tonight so far, and has not really let up too much. I like the way that we've seen this established by Toys. This is probably the most normal of the executes, but Habibi is really searching for a frag. He's played incredibly aggressive here at the piano position so far, continuing to think about contesting the window, but the fact that he has done a substantial amount of damage onto Cordell, I think is going to help him long-term and make that fight just a little bit easier. An E1D will go through as they try to lock Habibi in position, but he has kind of escaped to a bit of a deeper angle, though now Danny is taken out of the equation, leaving essentially Habibi on his lonesome, trying to double back. Eventually he will hit the rotate, but tries to jump on down. Mouse is going to combine for 2, both Jarden and Cat, as this attack started off so beautifully well, but since then has gone completely awry. Losing your buck means the majority of your vertical game is going to be up to the flat charges of Cordell and Matt Bonger, which really isn't a good thing to think about when Mouse still has a Nitro left in pocket.
And you know for a fact that Mouse is not going to be hunting for even more kills after tasting blood in round 4. Well, he wants to keep on eating up. Trust Only Your Squad, they're fully separate from each other, and they have things that they need to accomplish. It's going to be that vertical play, and that's only starting now. We're sub 60 seconds left in the clock, and Lamicki has so much control, they're able to go for a down on Cordell, not being fully capitalized, but maybe this is an opportunity for Lamicki to prep your Nitro Cell, sit it sky high, and remove 2 players the price of 1. Now, Matt Bonger rotating down the solar stairs, he's going to save his teammates temporarily, but there's still more that they need to accomplish. It's going to be that full-on execute, and utility being expended by Lamicki. Final round of Toxic Babes on the solar stairs, and now Trust Only Your Squad have to go for their mechanical kills and their swings.
Well, this is going to be such a difficult execute. As you can see, the time already terribly low, and Relapse on the smoke just holding back. Habibi will combine for the assist, and now a 3rd kill for Mouse, leaving just the Ash, and Cordell will open himself up to the roaring SMG-11 as Lamicki are going to get their 4th round up on the board. Trust Only Your Squad just can't seem to do anything right when it comes down to the execute, and so as a result, Lamicki are just reaping the benefits.
Honestly, Reese, you and I have casted Trust Only Your Squad for 2 different seasons now, and this doesn't look like the normal Trust Only Your Squad that we have seen. You even cast them back in the ESA days, and whatever has happened today just seems like a different roster. And if I were to hypothesize, It's Chalet, the newest map in the competitive pool. Trust only your squad always looks great on the other 6 maps that they play. And maybe this is just them not scrubbing this map enough. Maybe this is them just not being prepared, because every time that we see Trust only your squad play, it is Cordell, it is Matt Bonger going absolutely nuclear. Jello, one of the newest players to this team, is the only one that's sitting on more than 2 kills. And that's just because he's always in scenarios where he's going against multiple defenders and he's getting impactless frags. And that's a fundamental problem that Trust Only Your Squad needs to start to address. Again, we can chalk it up to them not being comfortable, but if that's the case, just don't play this map.
Yeah, given that Chalet is so new, it's a best of 1 map veto. And so for those of you who haven't played comp before or don't really know how the veto works, I'm sure you can kind of make wits of it by seeing the beautifully designed veto graphics that Hyper throwed up. But you get 9 maps. 9 maps? Where did 9 maps come from?
I want a 9 map pool, honest. Like, let's be honest, bring theme park in and border, there's your 9 maps. Easy peasy. Sorry, you were saying?
Okay. Yeah, so essentially the way that it works is you ban maps until there's only 1 remaining. And given that there are 7 maps in the pool, you have 3 hands apiece. But where is Mouse going? He's just completely doing his best effort to derail my thought. Anyway, you have 3 bans total. You can afford to ban out your weaker maps. And so Chalet, obviously, there's a reason why Toys aren't going to ban it. Besides that, back to the efforts of the actual round itself, is my point has been kind of tugged and pulled throughout the entirety of the round. You've got the opening death of Mouse, who just completely threw caution to the wind, leaped out of the window, and is going to face the death as a result of that. But gaining control of the top floor isn't going to be made much easier now, as you've got Habibi sort of filling the shoes of our earlier Jaeger playing inside library and just content to peek. Cat doesn't even shoot back, as Relapse will pick off 2 with the 9mm C1, though lucky Matt Bonger is in for the trade. It still leaves Trust Only Your Squad in a man disadvantage that they should have just been able to trade away. But Matt Bonger will leap in, gets the headshot, shuts down the Malusi, now leaving your top floor presence just up to Danny.
If like Mickey comes back from, and I'm going to use something that brain dead play that we saw out of Mouse, I am going to absolutely lose it. Like, there's no way that the man disadvantage that Play Mickey just instantaneously received is going to be something that Trust Only Your Squad can come back from. But just like that, Trust Only Your Squad, they're still in this series, and they're not ready to give it up. It's now all on Relapse. He's on a flawless death score so far, and he's going to try to maintain it. Taking the gunfight against Matt Bonger, but he has to be very careful that Jarden doesn't come in from behind. That pressure is being established. That crossfire has been created, and Relapse now falls. Round number 5 is gifted to Trust Only Your Squad as Mouse decides to fly out library.
Yeah, that was not the best decision there. You could have been 5 up on Toys for the defense of Chalet, which probably is going to decimate the mental. Even though Toys are very experienced and have been known to make their way into the postseason and play strong across multiple map-lengthy series, when you go 5-0 against your opponent, that is really just decimating. And Mouse has been one of the really reliable entry hitters, so having him jump out and just give his life away isn't really beneficial. We'll go to Master Bedroom and Office, not a repeat of Bar and Gaming, as Toys had come at that with not only their first attack win, but also probably one of the more sensible attacking executes so far. Not trying to do that weird come up from the blue stairs, Thermite hops in through the mudroom window. No. Apply pressure from outside on the balcony, have somebody waiting at K9 to shut down the chimney cross, and eventually close in to eliminate the top floor row.
Well, Trust Only Your Squad, they need to find another impact. They got their round victory, and while we always talk about T1 statistics, it's important to note this is amateur, which means their win rates are always going to be different. Again, Chalet being at the professional level, attacker-sided, doesn't always mean that at the defending or the amateur level, it's going to be the exact same case. I mean, look at ranked, for example. Some of the most defensive maps are, well, some of the maps that are attacker-sided in professional play. You just can't predict it, and, you know, every roster is playing kind of a different Siege, in all honesty. I mean, the amount of practice that Pro League teams have to perfect a map is something that an amateur team is never going to be able to achieve when, you're going against salary players versus, students or high school players. It's just a different mentality all around. And Trust Lawyer Squad, I guess, are going to have to make their own mentality as they're starting on their last round.
What was that from Habibi? I mean, we need a
Jaeger
question mark in chat.
Swing. Jaeger just wants to swing. I mean,
I don't know what he was. He just walked up to the window and started firing away, but then turned his back to Jello. I mean, surely, if you peek that, somebody's on the rappel. He's not going anywhere. He just kind of peeked up, and Habibi just, I don't know, kind of trolled the elo there in that moment. That's not the way that you want the end of this half to go, given that you've had two of these weird Cavalier mistakes, but Mouse is just going to fly out of the mudroom window, an angle I really never have seen before. That run out is terribly rare, and I can't totally fault Cordell for not being prepared for it, but that just speaks to the level of player that Mouse is, and now he's repositioning to go for a trench run out. Though the door's still in place, no impacts for Mouse, so it would be a bit of a tricky one for him to get out and still hold on to the surprise factor. Still creep up on the flank. Toys have not isolated this, and the time that they have is terribly low to try to work and make progress on that, as Newt just plays for the head glitch behind the folding table. Nobody taking the advantage just quite yet. It's still 3-on-3, and the Vigil's head, Cat, almost perfectly lines up on him, but fails to pull the trigger, and this is going to allow the Vigil to burn even more time, a valuable commodity, given the Toys really aren't at all prepped for this to execute. Combine that with the fact that they're going to be forced to plant, and Lemicki are just holding back and playing these deep angles. There's really nowhere you can go. The Vigil will suddenly appear to get the confirmed kill. Jarden responds instantly with the headshot trade, nearly walking into the same frost mat that we have seen twice before. Diffuser recovered, leaving only Danny in the one-on-one against Matt Bonger, who will attempt the pre-fire. But now the Aruni is going to try to just play for the strength of the reinforcements. Ready for this wing, but Matt Bonger just opposite her, and all Danny has to do here is play passive and wait for the sound call. The Aruni slowly stepping forward, but Matt Bonger will attempt the peek, and he shuts down Danny. Toys will escape the first half and navigate their path through Chalet, claiming the final 2 rounds.
Matt Bonger is such a good player. I mean, if you want somebody in a 1v1 on the Toys roster, give him Matt Bonger. He tends to win it. Another round where Lemicki was extremely aggressive, and to the point where they've cost themselves. Mouse, the last time that we saw that upstairs bomb site, he made a run out through trench. This time he replicates that out through mudroom. And the problem was he was just getting the round back in favor of his roster. Why? Because Habibi decided to play it very aggressively. Again, we were joking about Jaeger players taking these gunfights that are just so bad, but at the end of the day, that's been a fault for the 2 rounds that Lemicki has lost. And maybe that's just bad positional awareness from Habibi. Forced to rotate up the solar stairs, and now he's in a gunfight. What is he supposed to do in that scenario? But, the back mind of an IGL says, well, why were you there in the first place? That's a bad position to be in. Case in point, that lost gunfight. But it's a new round and a new day. As Trust Lawyer Squad, they're starting their first round of their defending stint. They're going over to the primary bomb site, at least what a lot of teams consider a primary bomb site, downstairs and bar. An interesting contrast to Lemicki, who started upstairs as their primary bomb site.
Well, now we'll have a clear picture of the side split here on Chalet, whether it was just Lemicki being better prepared for their defense or just all around the superior Chalet team. Toys have got a pretty decent boost, though. 2 rounds in a row. I mean, it's really anyone's game from here on out. If Lemicki wanted to try and not not barrel out of windows, peek some random solarium angle, and just run away and get shot in the back, maybe they'll have a better chance here on the attack, where things have to be a little bit more structured. North to south solarium push. So they're going to try to address the situation that we've got. It's the same vertical take, really kind of your typical Chalet round works like this. There isn't terribly too much to pick away from. The lineups fairly standard. Given that fact, though, Nomad and Jackal are off the board, so there could be something of a threat if Cordell or Jello think about it.
A slow execution for Lemicki. They're just making sure that there's no real obstacles in their way. Now, the obstacles on the north side of the map, they're non-existent. Where the real obstacles and the peaks are going to be, that's all on the south side. That's this Liming Room hold, and it's going to be basically everything that Trust Your Squad has. We see the K-Claws going on the wall. That is now the west wall opened up. The problem is, with Thatcher in play, I mean, Cade is virtually useless at this stage. Now, with the west wall opening up, though, Thermite won't be able to cross this no man's land until Jello is felled. That's going to force flashbang dumps as well as frag grenades or just a blatant face check.
Ugly fight there. Cat just whittling away at the head of Habibi. This shield can prove incredibly troublesome to clear, especially when you are a bit newer to Chalet. 2 frag grenades there. Mouse and Danny apiece, but Jello will get shut down, and that's a good step to make, as you've got your Roman taken off the board. Any remaining magnets that he had still in his pocket. It's Newt almost able to hit the head. Just trying to battle between that display table. The Thermite is kind of picking away such a deep angle and not working out for either of these two players so far. The Maestro, I think, still just kind of holding back, or maybe that was the Cade at top of Chimney. Either way, taken down now by Relapse. As Toys' hold on the top floor slowly just being whittled away with, and they have yet to really concede it. They're holding on for as long as possible, and that could be a devastating mistake as the Frost nearly gets her head ripped off, but one still at the top of the stairs. Cordell will immediately get traded out by Relapse as the site control seeming a little bit lacking, and against 3 opponents, Cat has so little health to try to make this play. Walking his way in, he'll spot the Thermite as Newt moved just too far ahead of the rest of his team, and now the Frost seemingly aware of the one player hiding inside stock. The head will peek around the corner as the time continues to get lower and lower, but the way that they've set themselves up here, Lemicki don't have the world's greatest crossfire, but Cat has a lot of angles to constantly check forward, and Mouse is going to hit him with the pre-fire move as Lemicki will move up to 5-2.
I actually have to say, I love the defense that we saw to Trust Your Squad. I actually like it better than the bar defense that Lemicki had. I like the emphasis that Trust Your Squad had to hold Library at all costs. The problem that Trust Your Squad had in that round is they simply just didn't win enough gunfights. They had good positional advantages, and they allowed Lemicki to start to suppress them. At that point, Lemicki was forced to change up their strategy and forced to take more gunfights. We saw that from the fireplace stairs. We saw gunfights actually be won in favor of the defense. But at that point, it was pretty much all in vain since they were at a large man disadvantage. And them just flying up the library stairs was just not helping them. But again, in theory, those were the right decisions that Trust Your Squad was making. Unfortunately, this being a first-person shooter, you do have to win your gunfights, and you can have the best written strategies, but at a certain point, those strategies are going to come down to, a certain level of mechanical skill and players clicking hands. And, Trust Your Squad never really found those impacts. I liked how they're also going for K-Claws on that west and south walls. They've foregone that decision in favor of a pseudo ADS, so it's going to be the Aruni gates. They're also acting as a pseudo castle barricade, slowing down the insertion force of Lemicki.
10 seconds left before.
Well, this is a good place to be from the eyes of Lemicki at the beginning of the first half. 1 round in, and they've already established their prominence on the attack. I like the way that they set that up. It was a smart response to what Toys had done, and I think the kill that they got onto Jello playing Wamai at top blue was probably the linchpin. I don't know if the round would have gone as well without that player there, without the shield cleared. Maybe there would have been an opportunity for the smoke in that round with the Wamai dead to creep back up and kind of hold on to that position a little bit longer. With that dealt with, kind of just became a game of dealing with the players inside libraries. They continued to sort of kind of play this on-the-fence game of, am I going to peek now or am I going to wait? Either way, we'll go back here again as things are fairly similar. Not terribly too many changes. Having, though, Danny outside on the library windows could be a threat to Toys, because the way that they played this last time was kind of a heavy concentration of defenders inside the middle of library, and if you got that window open, you can't play so liberally just at the center of the living room, or rather of the library, because you're going to get shot out, and you'll be felled by Danny, who is really ready for it here.
Cross angles being held. Trust Your Squad is not prepared to present themselves, and actually, this is strong positioning for them to be in, because the attackers are going to be forced to make plays. Now, they've actually put the defenders of Trustlinger squad in quite a kill box. And Danny, if he starts to get really creative, he can actually start to bank these frag grenades and deal with the players sitting in that southwest corner. That is going to be Cat, and all the ADSs are posted up towards the north, underneath the other window over by Trophy. And there we go. Danny now falls. He was a lurking shard throughout that library execute, and now, well, he's unable to even play as he gets felled. That was an over-aggressive move made by Lay Mickey, and now they're forced to continue on this onslaught of the man disadvantage.
It's gonna be a tough one to try to cope with now that you've lost your signature sledge, and he's not gonna be able to apply that same amount of pressure. Cat will double down for his second kill as Jello almost manages to take out Relapse, but the Thatcher just a little bit quicker on the reaction. An adjustment from Lamicki as they've sent a second player out to the rappel, but Cat is looking up at the rooftop. I don't know what he was staring at, but it's going to be his undoing as he's taken out by Mouse, and this is going to end the storyline of the top floor hold, as theoretically now Lamicki should be able to wrestle it from the defense, but the fact that they don't have intel on it is going to further add to the delay factor that they're already feeling the pressure of. Things are at the 30-second mark, and it's an equal man count theoretically. This should be over and done with for Toys, as Cordell will pick off Habibi, making this just a little bit easier for the defense to hold back with, but now Cordell taking a lot of damage, trying to play at the staircase. This could be the opening. Matt Bonger just waiting below the hatch, but only 5 seconds to go. Lamicki have got to move faster than this. One shot will connect, but Relapse must get off the plant, and it hits triple zeros. Matt Bonger for 2. Toys to respond in a successful bar gaming defense.
The whole strategy for Lay Mickey was to start to apply pressure from a multi-angle crossfire, a 180-degree crossfire to be precise, all coming in from that other window. However, Danny played it a little bit too aggressive. Unfortunately, they were just playing that window. They're trying to dodge around Cat, and he needed to wait for Lay Mickey to actually have some footholds over by the master side. That way, Cat, if he goes for that swing that he eventually did on Danny, he is going to die and either to Danny or an instantaneous refrag by Lay Mickey. And we saw that snowball away from them. They lost more and more gunfights. When they're at the 20-second execute mark, they never really had a foothold. Everybody from Trustlinger squad had positional advantages, and Lay Mickey was just forced to send it through a hatch, and they got instantaneously wiped. An interesting round for Lay Mickey, but they still maintain a large lead in this series. Now that they're executing on different bomb sites, we're going to have to see what their fighting force can be capable of.
Oh. Well, Chief stepped out of the booth for a minute, but we're still rolling on. Heading down to dining and kitchen here. I like the fact that Jello's bringing that frost. We saw how effective she was sometimes in the earlier first half, and 9mm C1, it really shoots back, especially given that you can have a 1x optic. Lamicki got a bit of an opportunity on their hands. We were at a very similar position earlier in the night, and it was not Lamicki versus Toys. Instead, the other two opponents duking it out. 5-3, with an opportunity to move up to match point, or Toys to try and close the gap and move themselves back towards equal. Just a quick check-in with the stakes of this game. Lamicki, if they want to guarantee first place, a win here would definitely do it. But Toys, if they want to remain in contention for playoffs, if they want to have another run in the postseason, just as they've done in the previous season of Upsurge, they must win this game, and so it's kind of time to turn on the Afterburners.
Well, Afterburners takes a lot of fuel if you're in a jet fighter, and is there any Afterburners left for either one of these rosters? They're going into round 9. This is week 5, and what have they done to separate themselves from the pack so far? Lay Mickey with that first place seed, they've done a lot to separate themselves. Thermite holes are being opened up for Lay Mickey, and that's going to be a very long angle, and Trust only squad on about the opposite angle on that second floor. Well, that's another place for Lay Mickey to take on these gunfights. A opening in the wall premeditated by Trust only squad. It's actually going to allow these ACOG players to take incredibly long angles against Trust only squad. Being reverse engineered by Lay Mickey is something that you don't want to have happen, because if Lay Mickey is capable of winning round 9, that's going to put themselves on match point.
Yeah, that would be pretty much the nightmare scenario, but though Mickey were able to garner that first pick on the Cordell, it will not live long enough to move it up to 2 as Newt is shut down. The Thermite, though, still able to detonate his exothermic before he passed away. So I think the value of the Thermite's death just negated a slight bit. Matt Bonger to light up Danny. The Sledge player taken down now. Matt Bonger, his second, holding this long angle. The exothermic's opening suddenly benefits the long Alda-wielding Maestro. It's the man advantage early in favor of Mickey has suddenly gone the wrong way, and now is in full support of the Toys defense. Just Mouse moving forward. 13 and 6. Lots one around the corner, and the Mute player just not aware, not ready for it. And now the Alda Mouse is just lighting up the kill feed as Habibi will begin to get the plant down. The swing from Mouse providing just enough pressure to force Cat back away from it. And now inside of West Main, the Castle has no idea, and Mickey are going to move up to match point.
An incredible round by Lay Mickey, and particularly Mouse. A 4K for him, just based off positional awareness, based off that in-game knowledge. He works his way like a snake through that bomb site, taking gunfight after gunfight, and angles that most defenders aren't going to predict, and nobody from Trust Your Squad was quite prepared for at all. And I have to say, Trust Your Squad played that brilliantly. We saw them get a 4-2 man advantage over Lay Mickey, but unfortunately, they never really played with that man advantage when it came down to that 30-second mark. They never really refragged. They're playing so passive all the way over in Trophy. As soon as one of their teammates felled, they just weren't able to get that refrag, and we saw Mouse able to exploit that weaknesses. The solo individual play at the end for Trust Your Squad significantly hurt them. But we had seen this scoreline before. If we go back to round 1, the first bar defense, like Mickey was able to win that. Going into round 8, Trust Your Squad rectified their mistakes. And it's only fair to assume that, round 9, won by Lay Mickey. Trust Your Squad has seen the Lay Mickey offense once before in this bomb site, and now they're just going to have to learn those lessons.
Not a great spot to be learning lessons in here on match point in a best of 1, where a loss here, one slight error, could mean the whole round goes upside down, and Mickey close it out. Mind you, 3 opportunities for a Mickey closeout in regular time. Of course, then we would see overtime. So the path of Toys back towards a win, and their chances at playoffs looking incredibly slim here in the moment, and that pressure has got to be felt. Let's hope that it can provide Trust Only Your Squad with just a little bit of energy. It would be such a sad storyline for them to go from runners-up in the previous season, battling Aerial Arise, our eventual champions, to not even making it out of the group stage. That would be really no bueno for us casters to lose out on the reference point. Toys and their progress they've made so far this season. Just unthinkable, really. But the reality is that it's only one misstep away here. And it's really up to Mickey. If they want to close out Chalet attacks, and we've talked about some statistics, we've talked about what our expectations are, but what we really need to speak about now is the players on the field, the teams competing, and the stakes that are here. The Mickey are attempting a very similar assault. The exothermic tossed down on the dining room wall, but a mute jammer just the opposite side to prevent them from getting it open. Jello with a bit of late setup and opening made to rotate between the top of the statue, or rather solarium stairs, to try to come in from Master. Maybe that late flank option could be enough here. Mickey have really not applied much pressure to the top floor and really don't have total control of it yet here, Chief.
Now they do have that main breach opened up, and Trustling Squad is playing on some very passive angles. With Newt alive, you could go for a smoke grenade cutoff. However, that operator of Thermite has elected to bring out flashbangs instead. So that option is not available. You can still do something similar with frag grenades by just forcing the defense away. But now that we're sub 60 seconds, Mickey is going to need to start to collect heads, and you don't want to go into a head-clicking contest when Matt Bonger is alive in your server. Cordell is going to be the first one to step down into the grave as he overswings into Piano. Habibi now won 2 kills in this round. Matt Bonger in the rotation up. He's going to shut down that pressure, confirmed by a Pokeball, and just like that, the man who's been clicking heads throughout this round is going to keep his roster in it just temporarily.
Precarious position for Jarden, just holding on the opposite side of the half wall. A flashbang will be sent through, and this should force the Newt back just a smidge. But as we'll see Newt try to charge through, he'll get cut down in the meanwhile. A similar position to the final round. Mouse, Danny there for the closeout. Lamicki are gonna book their first seed position. And as sad as it is to say, Trust Only Your Squad are out of Upsurge Spring 21.
And that's heartbreaking because Trust Only Your Squad was our Cinderella story. Last season, they got stomped in their first playday. They end up stomping Aerial Rise, a team that they would end up losing in that grand final. They were a team of a storyline where they progressed. They got better. We saw Matt Bonger, already a staple player on that roster, somehow become a better fragger. Cordell also fit into that mix. Now, Slasher was on the team at that time, but we saw this unified team overcome just about every obstacle. And even though they weren't capable of winning that grand final, they showed that they were a team capable of that, and they impressed so many players and fans. And it's sad that they're not going to make it out of groups this season.
Yeah, that is a really difficult realization, but that is it for myself and Chief today. We have one more game of Upsurge Rainbow Six here in the regular season tomorrow. Phantom Legion and X13 taking it on in the first game, followed by Nora Rueda and Prevail in the second. So make sure you tune in for those games tomorrow. But that is not it for Upsurge tonight in particular. We've got League of Legends. It's the UCL quarterfinals. That'll be Orbital and Nightstar casting Mad City Premier versus Kosa Gaming. So if you like League, make sure to stick around and take a glance at that. But that's all from me and Chief. Farewell and good evening.
And welcome, viewers, far and wide, to tonight's broadcast of the Upsurge Contenders League. Of course, my name is Orbital, and I will be casting alongside Nightstar as we get underway for the quarterfinals of this league. Really, do or die here. Top 8. We are going to kick it. Nightstar, how you doing today?
I mean, I am so excited. We're getting into the meat and potatoes of the tournament here, and I mean, it's final 8, So, it's time to bring out your A game, or I guess the phrase I was looking for was "put up or shut up."
Yeah, well, I mean, this is really that point because we do have the #1 seed from the Ocean Division, Mad City Premier, facing off against the 2nd seed coming out of the Cloud Division of Kosa Gaming. Now, taking a look at just what they have been doing, Mad City Premier, of course, finishing 4-1, tied with Blacklist X in that division for the first place. So a little bit rough time for them. The only first seed to not come out of the regular season with a clean 5-0 slate. And Kosa Gaming, of course, 3-2, have quite a bit to prove here for themselves.
Yeah, Kosa coming in at 3-2 here. A little bit worse for wear, but here in this draft, starting out here, they are able to at least get themselves the first pick Rumble, which we've seen has been incredibly dominant when it comes to elite level play, where at MSI, we've seen this pick being contested over and over again. So we'll see where they end up sending it, because I do know Kosa Gaming have thrown the Rumble into the support role. And it's not a joke. Rumble support is viable.
Yeah, Rumble support is definitely viable, and it's just a scary thought. But again, with the Veigar and the Seraphine, I'm not really sure. That's looking a little bit bleaker, but that is a triple AP threat picked up in the early stages, which I am personally not a huge fan of.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a fan of this opening where you just draft heavily in to magic damage, where if Mad City really want to, a 3rd pick Mundo is incredibly powerful here. But they'll instead go and opt to lock in their jungler, which is going to be Udyr right here. So going into the 2nd phase of bans, I'm really hoping that Kosa Gaming do identify that Mundo could be a threat here, unless they don't really think that Mad City Premier are going to lock that pick in.
Yeah, and it's also like a Hail Mary, right? With the Rumble on the board, which is still considered a very early game kind of champion, you can burn down people very quickly, especially against one of the few against the Mundo, in my opinion. One of the very few champions that can actually outduel a Mundo to an extent. If you pick up the Morellonomicon or the, I believe it's the Oblivion Orb, a little bit early in the kit, you can actually do quite a bit of damage in that top side, right? If that's, of course, where the champions are going, if that's where the Rumbles go, or the Mundo. But of course, we don't see that. We see the Lucian ban coming out. Kosa Gaming still believing that that is actually a Veigar Seraphine bottom lane, which might be a little bit, a little bit of a gamble.
Yeah, and I mean, Digital Stain, he can also match this bot lane mage combination with his own mage combination. He has played mages down in the bot lane. Indigo's played mages in the bot lane. So both of these bot laners do understand that, it could be a bit of a mage duel here. As we are, I mean, with the Senna pick, maybe it's not, but still could be possible. You can pair mage with the Senna and look to just farm things through there. And it does look like Kosa Gaming are going to lose both of their 2nd phase bans. So that's why you do see the timer ticking down and nothing showing up over there. But Mad City, they go ahead and ban away the Tristana, which would have also been a pretty nice pick in this position.
Yeah, they are going to go ahead. And I think you actually had that flip there, Nightstar. I believe Mad City Premier is on the blue side. Taking a look here. So Kosa Gaming are actually the ones with the full ban set up for themselves.
Wait, what?
They are going ahead and taking away that mid lane kind of focus right there. So we are getting into the 2nd round of picks here. Once again, Kosa Gaming do have that opportunity to kind of pick up one more champion before they have to blind pick anything, right? And with the Lee Sin, the Senna, and the Udyr, I have a very slight feeling that we might see the Tahm Kench. We have seen it recently in MSI, still paired with that Senna, and still a viable and heavy threat. However, it is going to be that Karma kind of coming out and locked in very, very quickly.
Yeah, and the Karma coming out, going to have a bit of flex potential still. You're going to be able to throw it at mid top and also into that bot lane. So a lot of options still left here, as we'll get to see what they end up answering, and it's going to be Scion and MF. So a little bit of physical damage coming in from both of these two champions. MF, of course, going for the lethality build lately, so it helps make up for the fact that you're heavily magic heavy with your composition, and going lethality here is definitely perfectly fine here.
Yeah, and of course, we do see the final pickup here. I do like the Kassadin coming out here. Again, you have triple AP threat on the other side. Why don't you pick this up? However, you do have to get to that late game. You do have to get to that mid game. Even if you are the Kassadin, the only way that you can really shut down the Kassadin is, of course, you power farm, or you shove out the early game, really make that early game painful for this melee AP assassin later on in the game. But the compositions have been locked in, and actually, we get a swap back. I'm very sorry. Okay, so it is my fault. I did take a look, and I think I had a little bit of an offset. So yeah, we are going to have the compositions locked in though. So very clear early start with the Rumble, Veigar, and Seraphine coming out. But on the flip, I mean, do you feel this this built-up army on the other side is actually going to be able to deal with these threats?
So I definitely think Mad City outscale with this composition. Of course, you have Senna, you have Kassadin. However, on the flip side, like Coast Gaming, we need to. It doesn't feel like they have the early game answers to really force Mad City into a position where they're going to be forced to fight. And even then, you're looking at Mad City's composition and you see Lee Sin, Udyr. These champions, two champions, are perfectly fine with scrapping early on. So I think for Mad City, you're looking at a big top side focus here as far as getting early gold leads and perhaps snowballing it that way. Otherwise, we're looking at Kosa Gaming. They have to hard force into that bottom lane, I think. And mid game is going to be the big opening for them, because that's when they're going to have Rumble ult, they're going to have Scion ult, they're going to have MF ult. So it's up to these three ultimates to really run away with the mid game to hopefully then prevent Mad City to hit that late game point.
Yeah, and the late game is all that is going to be scary. And of course, I do want to talk a little bit about, that Lee Sin coming out in all these situations. It feels like you kind of get the better of the trades, right? If this is a Veigar mid, Lee Sin is going to have a fun time. But I'm a little bit mistaken. That is probably going to be a Lee Sin top lane, right? Coming out because of the Kassadin, right? So do you feel maybe some potential lane swaps even, right? Maybe get that Lee Sin a positive lane, even though that might put the Kassadin behind, or do you still think that Kassadin is going to have kind of that free farm in the mid lane against the Veigar?
I mean, the Kassadin Veigar matchup is pretty much a very slow lane, because Veigar isn't necessarily going to shove in super hard. And Kassadin, of course, I mean, both of these champions just want a last hit for the most part, right? Veigar wants to ramp up his stacks. Kassadin just wants to get EXP. And I really don't expect a whole lot from this mid lane. There is, of course, gank potential. Being able to throw down the cage into a Rumble, and given the fact that you are a melee champion, it can be a little bit difficult to escape the Veigar cage. So there is a little bit of potential, but again, because it is so AP heavy in this composition, Kassadin has the ability to just run double MR into Merc Treads, and that like double MR in your runes with the Merc Treads is just so much magic resistance that it's very hard to imagine a Rumble Veigar being able to kill a Kassadin.
Yeah, and not just that, it also forces a stunted growth period, right? For some of these champions, you're kind of forced into that Void Staff build in second or third, whereas you might want to pick up that Rabadons, right? If it were just a 1 AP composition, you'd be able to build that AP kind of freely, but in this situation, you are forced in that situation plus also the Morellonomicon. You take a look on this side, you have the shields, the heals, and a lot of regen, right? The Lee Sin is probably going to come out with the Gore Drinker build. Udyr, of course, is always going to be able to sustain. Kassadin walking around might not have the greatest sustain, but is still very tanky. Want to be able to, you know, cut through some of the shielding. It really feels like Costa Gaming kind of just drafted the first set, was like, oh yeah, just, you know, blinders on, we got these 3 power picks, and then kind of forgot about what happens afterwards.
Yeah, and yes, they have a lot of teamfight AoE damage, but again, Karma deals with that very well, and then of course you have Senna as well, so that's just so much AoE shielding. So yeah, it really just comes down to, when we get into game, what are the early game moves coming in from Kosa that are able to really just allow them to force mid-game really hard. And one of the key pieces is, of course, this MF pick as well, because she is going to be running lethality, or she should be. So she is going to be the big member in trying to delete a lot of these champions coming into that mid-game.
Yeah, and I want to point that out as well to you, because you did just pick on that a little bit. We expect the lethality build, right? Like you said, we do expect this lethality, we do expect this hard poke, but in a situation where obviously you have the 3 APs and you are expected to be a hard carry, do you feel that Indigo might be forced into the on-hit build? You know, just for that sustained AD damage, when, you know, you might be faced up with a Spirit Visage on just about every champion, right? Just every single piece of MR. Like, I feel that's also a viable thing you do have to be worried about.
Yeah, it certainly could be more of the Kraken Slayer crit build coming in from the MF. That's definitely a possibility, but even still, it feels like by the time you hit late game, the Vigar is going to be online, so you don't necessarily need it. And the Seraphine's going to start kicking. And yeah, it's... I honestly think that because lethality has just been so dominant or prevalent, that it will be lethality, but I definitely see the argument where perhaps you get a good start and MF just wants to hard scale and go for that Kraken Slayer.
Yeah, well, of course, just like you pointed out as well, it is a standard, and it's really meta versus what's needed, right? How are you going to play this out? And of course, I do want to take a look. We focus so much on Costa Gaming because they had a very interesting draft. Mad City, of course, feels like they did throw a couple pieces into the jigsaw puzzle, right? And jigsaw puzzle was able to connect in a few pieces, but at the same time, this still feels a little bit more disjointed than you would really like, right? It's a lot of in and out fighting, back and forth, guerrilla warfare. And even though they do have the Kassadin thrown in, some of their other lanes look a little bit shaky. I mean, is there a point of contact where you are actually worried for Mad City, or, you know, a little bit scared for how the composition might fall apart?
I think when it comes to a possibility of falling apart, it really just comes down into that bottom lane where the Senna Karma, because there's an MF who is all about that early game, there is a potential that Senna Karma, if they start falling behind, they will start falling behind very quickly. And it's just kind of the nature of the matchup between double range, where all of a sudden the poke and the harassment just becomes so much from the other side because they get a lead, and then it just snowballs out of control. So that's going to be the main focus here for me when it comes to Mad City's composition as far as who could fall behind. But in this top side, it should be pretty straightforward. You've got a Lee Sin into a Scion. The Lee Sin right now is just such a powerful pick, and in my opinion, it's just the better version of Renekton. A lot of teams are going still playing Renekton into the top side, but Lee Sin is just a better version. He's got sustain, he's got dueling potential, and he scales a lot better because, of course, he has a lot more playmaking potential versus a Renekton who's very limited when it comes to those late game team fights.
And it's so weird to say that, right? We're so used to Lee Sin being just pure early game, randomly kick in, and then, you know, maybe get to that mid to late, get an insect or something, and now it's an actual viable threat. This is a champion that you do have to be worried about throughout most of the game, even straight front to back team fights. You're like, that's not how this champion is relied upon. That's not how old school Lee Sin was, but it is the current meta now, so we do have to keep eyes on that. And of course, Brown Man Darius did get the Darius banned against him. Of course, it was actually 3 bans thrown directly at him, so I'm very interested to see how he does on this champion. Of course, we will go to a very short break to ensure a quality broadcast for you, but don't go anywhere. Make sure to come back and tune in as we will get ready for the first game between Mad City Premier and Coastal Gaming. And we are back with the opening game. Of course, we do have Coastal Gaming and Mad City Premier. So let's run through the players that will be gracing the Rift tonight. On the blue side, we do have Coastal Gaming, TLF in the top lane, Kiwi Pancake in the jungle, Toasty Alex in the mid lane, Indigo at ADC, and Jake at support.
And over on the flip side, we've got Mad City Premier, and they are rocking Brown Mandarius up in the top lane, Castle in the jungle, Mark Boots in the mid lane, Digital Stain and Might of Meek in that bottom side. And I mean, it's going to be a bit of a slow start here. 5-man spread coming out from both sides, and it's going to be a bot side start for this Udyr. Whereas on the flip side, right now, it looks like Kiwi Pancake might be interested in starting top. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a blue start here. This is very interesting. Is going to be starting W. So a W start means that you are able to solo out some of these single target buffs here. That won't be a big issue, but definitely curious as far as why he's going for this topside start and a bit of a slower clear, of course.
Yeah, and maybe just realizing that needs to clear it out in case the Udyr tries some crazy stuff, right? We have seen Udyrs tend to also start on the red buff. And so it's, you know, one of those things that you kind of have to guessing game, right? You have to kind of pick and choose where you want to go. But we did see on the top side already, TLF having some not so fun times trying to duel out against BMD. And you called it out earlier, right? This is just a better Renekton, and it's going to be treated as such.
Yep. And I mean, BMD, he's played so many carries when it comes to up in this top side. It's really just been the BMD show when it comes to this team in particular. And right now we're just seeing a lot of this bot lane. And it does look like Digital Stain is still going to be going for the fasting Senna strat, even with this Karma. So it's going to be farming Karma. That means she's going to deal a little bit more damage than what a lot of people are most likely expecting when it comes to this mid game. Of course, usually you see Karma support, but it has slowly gained traction when it comes to these solo lanes again. And yeah, anytime you are having to deal with that, it's a lot of unexpected damage.
Yeah, unexpected damage and a lot of unexpected miss CS. I think we just watched Might of Meek miss about like 4 minions there.
Close your eyes!
Yeah, we hate pointing it out, but of course it does have to go towards that fact because, again, Might of Meek is supposed to be that carry, is supposed to be the one that you are watching to, you know, be able to CS and pick up that extra gold in the bot side. That's the whole reason you kind of run this. However, we do see the bot side getting collapsed on Kiwi Pancake, does get a beautiful roam down, and that's just going to be a little bit of a fire spitter. The root goes out, and they do get the flash, so Might of Meek is going to stay alive, but does have to burn the heal and flash. Castle now flashing into the mid lane. Toasty Alex is going to take so much damage, and he is going to lose that mid lane initiative as plays are being made all across the map.
Yeah, actually very aggressive gank angle coming into that mid lane, flashing over the cage, making sure he gets that stun. And honestly, I didn't think that kill was even possible, but it definitely looked quite close there. It was just really one auto away from Castle, and now he's going to come into this bottom lane. Indigo's probably dead here.
Yeah, Indigo is going to get over to the fat side of the wall, but Jake is going to go ahead and eat a little bit of damage. And that's flashes burned pretty much in 2 different lanes. I think that's a total of 4 flashes, 2 on each side, which is already showing signs of a very guffy early game.
It's definitely a lot of partying down in this bottom side. And it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop.
It does not stop, but the root is going to stop it. Castle is going to go ahead, try and charge in. Flash out from Jake. Forced to use that as these teams constantly do not want to give over even a little bit of an inch.
It's just flash after flash here in this bottom side, and really it's just been constantly won out by the side of Mad City here. As we're gonna you know, say hello back onto the screen here. This early game, I definitely favor the side of Mad City so far. It's been a great early opening. They found a gank into that mid lane. They also found a lot of pressure into that bot side. So really liking the start so far coming out from this Udyr. And this is what the Udyr does into the Rumble matchups. This is why we've seen a lot of Udyr into Rumble. And it's just because, yes, Rumble, he is a great jungler, but he doesn't have a lot of early game prerogative. He doesn't have that ability to just slam lanes. He's really more of the counter ganking specialist when it comes to this Rumble pick. And that's why Udyr, who has a lot of early game pressure, is the perfect setup into it.
Yeah, and you love to see it, right? Kiwi Pancake is currently 2 charges behind on his blade, right? You can take a look on the junglers there, so you can see Castle is definitely making the most of a lot of these situations, trying to farm out as quickly as possible. Now Kiwi moving ahead towards this mid lane.
Still flash on the Kassadin, and he has level 6 now, so this is really hard gank to pull off.
Well, Jake might actually run into a little bit of trouble as the dance is there. Everyone is on the edge of their seat right now, and now we get the mid lane. A little bit of action, but we do take a look back down to the bot side as we did see Kassadin had to burn that flash. Jake now is going to get stunned up. The return gank is going to net Mad City first blood going to Meek.
Yeah, and that's honestly just a big blunder coming in from Jake. You already saw Indigo. He was backing off there, and Jake, he looked like he wanted to go ahead and ward. And, well, sometimes wards save lives, but they have to be down in order to save you. So walking up toward that ended up being the death of him. And you look at the cost of that as well. They just get dragon, and that's such a massive wave that they're able to just kind of semi-freeze down in the bot lane as well. Like, this is absolute disaster for this Kosa bot lane.
Not just that, the mid lane. Right, we just saw the second blue buff directly handed over to Mark Boots, which shows how far ahead Castle believes he is, and rightly so. Right, you take a look at the CS differentials, about 2 camps up over Kiwi Pancake. Castle can afford to give this blue buff over, and Mark Boots, after losing the flashman and now level 7, should be able to punish this Veigar very, very easily. And that's why you can see Toasty Alex roaming down bot here and saying, I want nothing to do with this Kassadin in the mid lane, especially when the wave is pressured all the way under the Kassadin's tower.
And now even going for a blue steal, but TLF says it's my jungle for a reason, and it's going to be my blue buff. So unfortunately, it doesn't go into the hands of the Veigar, but at the very least, they don't lose out on that golden EXP offered by blue buff. So it's still an okay spot here. At least you don't lose out too much, but Castle is just such an absolute beast right now, and I don't know, it's looking tough here. We talked about post-draft that the side of Kosa Gaming, they have to find some sort of mid-game opening, and right now being down 1,500 gold, that mid-game opening is going to be a little bit harder to find.
It honestly should balloon here even more so, as that's 2 members stuck over there in the bush waiting, hoping Mark Boots or someone walks by, but they all know that they're already seen. That's gonna be the kick. Equalizer goes down, and they are able to clip through. Unstoppable Force goes through, but the onslaught does not land, as that's gonna be Mark Boots getting the first kill. Trade 1 for 1 so far. They're gonna fall through, and the Rift Tail actually goes the way of TLF, but he is not gonna be able to collect that, I don't believe. As a couple more stuns come through, TLF will go ahead and get slain by Mark Boots. Actually, I do think, TLF, he tried to go for the Rift Herald with his passive and is not able to pick it up. So, actually, only 1 kill goes the way of Kosa Gaming in a 3-for-1 exchange.
Yeah, and that's really just the absolute disaster moment, right? Where Rumble, he ends up dying. He's going to be put even further behind the curve when it comes to just this jungle matchup. Just between those two, and it also means that he's going to be delayed on that Night Harvester or Rocket Belt item, and that's really all. That's your big power spike when it comes to this champion. And then you look and consider, well, how are we doing with the Kassadin? Are we able to keep him down? Well,
No.
he's 2-0. Orbital, the man is 2-0, and I don't know about you, but I think 2-0 Kassadin is just I'm mailing it in already. If I'm in this game, I'm just like, well,
yeah, this is one of those points where if you're playing solo queue, you're just kind of like GG, go next, because Veigar doesn't win this in any sort of exchange, right? And this is, I'm going to air a personal grievance here, as I love Veigar. The champion's so much fun to play. This is what I have an issue with the Electrocute. I understand that it is a very strong setup, you know, a lot of damage potential, but in a situation where you fall behind, the gamble doesn't pay off and you end up just becoming, you know, a standard minion at that point, right? I personally do prefer that old Glacial Augment build, right? With the Everfrost, you can output so much damage, you can really CC down teams very, very quickly, and it provides you a little bit of health and safety, right? So, you know, a little bit of grievance there. Toasty Alex not going to have the greatest of times and is really going to be praying to be able to farm up towards the late game, you know, with the 77 CS and try and get as many stacks as he can to hopefully overpower Mark Boots later.
Yeah, this lane becomes incredibly difficult, and right now it does look like he's possibly opting into the Luden's build as well, so looking for one-shot potential come into this mid-game, and again, it's going to be difficult for this Veigar to find those openings. It's mostly reliant on these 3 ults from Kosa, but they could find the catch.
Yeah, and they do find multiple ultimate connections, but Digital Stain is able to flash away, plus the heal coming out of Meek. They were able to survive, and that is a gank well worth by Kiwi Pancake, but the re-engage
Castle's
might be
here.
better. Castle is going to go ahead, get rooted up, is going to rethink his engage, and is just going to try and stick around and help his teammates not die to a gank or to a dive.
But that also means Mark Boots, he gets free time in this mid lane. He already claims 1 plate in that mid, and he could be picking up a second very soon as well. Here is Veigar looking for that recall position, but Castle once again back.
Yeah, and they're just going to find the stun immediately into the root. No, root misses as Pancake was able to jump away, but again, that is Mark Boots on the chase. Possibly doesn't want to dive too far though. So Kiwi Pancake is allowed to live as a dragon will be claimed. Second one of the game, by the way, going the way of Mad City Premier.
Yeah, and this is a great move coming in from Mad City. They know all the moves here. And now, well, they're going to be able to secure themselves a second dragon. We'll see what Soul ends up being. As it is going to be Inferno Soul.
Best
well,
one. Best dragon.
Yeah. Man, I am already getting nightmares, Orbital, because this is Inferno Dragon, and you have Kassadin, and you have Senna. This is like the ultimate nightmare situation. If you're able to, of course, get a couple yourself on the side of Kosa Gaming, then it also kind of looks good for you too, because you have Rumble and you have Veigar, and Veigar, of course, with Inferno Soul is absolutely disturbing as well. So it should be a very fun time for these next, 10 to 12 minutes when it comes to contesting these dragons.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one to keep track of. And that is actually, so Toasty Alex actually did revert down. You can actually see he did pick up the Everfrost right there. So kind of being forced into it at that point. Obviously, the Electrocute doesn't really benefit too much. I guess it does proc a lot easier, but obviously not as efficient as you would hope. That's going to be the double camp picked up by Kiwi Pancake, and red buff going the way of Castle. So maybe being able to utilize that in some future fights.
Yeah, and I mean, the Everfrost still makes sense coming in from Veigar, or Veigar.
We're just gonna agree to disagree on how to say his name.
I end up saying it like both ways.
Yeah.
And it really just depends on, like, I don't even know why I say one version or another, but it's just verbal dyslexia, I guess. But yeah, the Everfrost is still a great move here, and Kassadin, he's just trying to put the pain down, but potential catch.
Yeah, and Digital saying this one has no flash, and a simple Q over the wall. Toasty Alex will go ahead and collect a kill. plus an extra 5 AP. Kiwi Pancake is now going to follow through. That is going to be Castle getting rooted and knocked into the wall. Is going to be able to flash away, but that is a very crucial flash at a point where a lot of global objectives will be coming up. BMD is going to go ahead and take out that bottom lane tower. But the second Rift Herald will be in play depending on where it goes.
Yeah, second Rift Herald is possibly something to contest here, and it doesn't look like they are. Castle, though, looking for Indigo, possibly. It might have Meek, getting the move speed buff, getting slow, but can they catch up?
Well, that's going to be directly under the tower with the heal used. They're going to try and turn it around. Might have Meek has to burn the flash and heal. As Toasty Alex goes ahead and waddles his way straight into enemy territory. Says, all right, I want to play. I have Sork shoes available. And this is actually a two-front battle as two members are going in, and that's gonna be Kiwi Pancake actually running straight to BMD and Mark Boots. They will go ahead and take the kill and mid lane tower, so 2 towers and a kill for the cost of a single Rift Herald. I think Mad City will call that a win.
Yeah, what a massive macro outplay coming in from Mad City. And they go pressure that bot side with the Lee Sin, and right after he takes that tower, he just rotates mid, and by that time, Toasty Alex, he's gone and tried to apply pressure into this top side using that teleport to get up into this lane, trying to capitalize, catch out Might of Meek, and what do you know, there's no one in that mid lane, and even on top of that, you have Kiwi Pancake just saying, well, someone needs to take this wave, I guess I'm here, so let me just go and try and take it, but no. BMD's right there waiting for him with a kick to the face. And you know what? That mech doesn't... It's kind of made out of tin right now.
Yeah, it's not doing so hot. And now with the third dragon of the game, you can already see some prep being laid down. Corsa Gaming do not want to give over a third dragon. They do not want to be put on Soul Point. But I mean, take a look at how strong these players are on the side of Mad City, right? The Kassadin, 12 levels in 301 already has a started stacks on the Medjais, and now we are going to see Might and Digital Stain getting bodied here in the mid lane. They take out 2, and for the first time, it definitely feels like Corsa Gaming have a chance at this streak.
Yeah, and that's a big pick, right? Because again, it's arrived into that mid game. They are 5k down, which is a little bit distressing. But this is where their composition does again turn online, because all of a sudden they've got that Wombo potential. They have the Rumble, they have the Cage with the Vigar, and then they also have that MF ultimate to boot. The issue is there's so much mobility packed into the Lee Sin and the Kassadin, and of course Kassadin's just so far ahead. That's going to be the big threats come into this mid game, and the fact that they can't necessarily lock them down. Mark Boots is going to get a big shield.
Yeah, and that was actually pretty close. Mark Boots got a lot of help from his jungle and ADC, so TLS like, bro, it was a 1v1 and you can't respect that duel, so he is gonna lose his life, but I mean, you don't lose that much.
Yeah, the Lee Sin coming in just in time, and Orbital Kassadin so far ahead. What do we do?
You pray. Right, this is the point where you are praying.
What do I do?
I don't know, 10 stacks, 11 stacks actually, but did hit that 10 stack mark. So I believe, no, sorry, I think it's 15, where you start getting a lot of that move speed, a lot of the extra damage going in there. And so, you know, he is going to be terrifying, right? Already picked up that stopwatch as well. So he has all the components to make that big play kind of explode out onto the Rift. And following up, I want to keep track of him as the teams try and play around this Kassadin, right? The big point in the mid to late game is what angles can he aggress from? What angles can he enter from? That's always going to be the question. Smite goes down. Kiwi able to keep his blue buff kind of for the first time in this game.
Yeah, Kiwi Pancake able to obtain the blue buff. And I mean, it really just comes down to this mid game, right? They have a lot of pick potential packed into their kits on the side of Kosa, and that means for the side of Mad City, you've already taken so many of these towers. You just have to play these side lanes. Kiwi Pancake, he's going to see Digital Stain, and Digital Stain, he's in trouble.
Yeah, Digital Stain and
He
Might of
overheated.
Meek have been the two that we're kind of worried about, right? They
They're
got
stuck in
caught
a
out
choke.
once or twice. They do have Flash up. We're going to go ahead, see the three of them back out, Kiwi, Pancake, Jake, and Indigo. They don't really want to be caught
Boots.
unawares, but Pancake is going to find a very squishy Rumble who is going to get a little bit of healing, but they're going to jump right back in under the
They're
tower.
going for this.
Onslaught is going to catch the back line, but they immediately stop. The
BMD.
Misfortune. They're going to go ahead and follow up in the back line, and this is Coastal Gaming getting burned every which way. They do go ahead and get the Lee Sin back, and there he goes. Mark Boots is going to pull a cheeky tower dive under the mid lane tower, is going to make it a 3-for-1 as only BMD went down.
BMD does go down there. The Lee Sin going a little bit too far just to try and start out that play, and he's pretty much stuck way behind enemy lines at that point. So fortunate for him to go down right there, but it's look like it's going to be a Smite Secure coming in from Castle, and Digital Stain now, he is starting to become a little bit of an issue as well now. If we could just go ahead and take a look at where he is at when it comes to stacks, I'm looking at something like 80 would be the mark that you're really aiming for, but well, Senna stacks. Although Toasty Alex having 150 extra AP is definitely also a big note there, but 74 built up onto the Senna, a little bit behind on the curve, I would say, but not too far behind. Still definitely looking to be in a good spot, and this is one of the issues. Once Senna does get enough stacks, she's able to outrange all the ultimates coming in from the side of Costa Gaming, and that's where the real problems come to fruition for this composition. But right now, they're still at an okay spot. Castle possibly stuck.
Yeah, and he is going to go ahead and run his way right back out. But Nightstar, you were talking about stacks, and now the set of stacks are very, very important. There's another set of stacks that we got to talk about. Mark Boots
21
at 22 minutes has 21 stacks, is 6-0-3. The man is crushing it right now. He is actually going to be on the sideline. He does have teleport for himself, so he can easily join in whenever he wants to. BMD is actually going to get chased right now. Might have to use the Sonic Kick. Is going to flash away from the Event Horizon, and is going to be able to stave off a death. Question now, though, of course, he doesn't have that flash to make that all
time for
important pick.
Cassidy.
Yeah, is going to try and do this split split. I guess Dragon is 30 seconds away. They are losing so much time. Costa Gaming felt that it was needed to try and chase this in, and now Indigo, left all the way on his own, is going to go ahead and try and run away from the smite that Castle threw down. And again, they're just cheeky fighting it as Mark Boots gets a free tower on that top side.
Yeah, and it's just perfectly played coming in from Mad City, right? They're just pushing him. They're just nonstop poking and prodding the side of Kosa and just saying, "Hey, you want to fight us? Well, all right, come try and get us." And it's like the Facebook poke, you know? You just nonstop spam it out, and you just slowly get more and more annoyed. And now they're stuck in this pretty much do or die situation.
Well, that's a huge collapse
Oh my
coming
God.
in from Mark Boots. He gets the Rift Walk straight on the face of the bottom.
Oh
lane.
my God.
That is a triple kill for this monstrous Cassidon. Dragon goes down, and Mark Boots puts that entire fight on his back. He is going to get a quadra kill, a delayed quadra, we should say. TLF is going to be gifted over. No, Lee Sin takes it. The ace goes through as Might of Meek might actually die. No, gets the root down and is going to survive. But my lord, the collapse from the Cassidon marks the pretty much the closure of this game.
Yeah. There's not a whole lot to say there. Cassidon went off in that fight. They lost track of where the Cassidon was, and this is also the Cassidon that is level 15. So it's not even that superhuman, you know, Super Saiyan God Blue version of Cassidon yet. It's just Super Saiyan 2, and he is just running house at the moment, and it doesn't get better. Although Brown Mandaris could be a nice little prize at the end.
Oh, nope, he is not a
Could be.
prize. He is going to quickly get out of that pinch.
Cassidon's not here,
Pancake
though.
is going to try and get that wrist scuttle. I think he was able to pick it up. Nope, that was taken by Castle. Now the Baron is the big play now. Again, all eyes on the Cassidon, though. Mark Boots is just quietly roaming around, setting up priority options, and is ready to delete anyone. As after that fight, he literally went back and straight up just bought a Zanya's. That is how much gold he had racked up. He is on 4 items, has yet to complete his Sarah's Embrace.
Yeah, I mean, does he really need to? These are all the items he wants. He's got the Void Staff, he's got the Everfrost, and now Digital Stain could be in trouble, though. As Castle, he's going to run into the wall.
Yeah, he's just going to eat it, though. He has so much tenacity, he just doesn't care. Unstoppable Onslaught has been used.
Mark Boots is here.
TLF kind of forcing that attempt, and that is a big ultimate down. Mark Boots goes ahead and quickly gets a root onto Toasty Alex, and this is Mark Boots just poking everyone down. Now the fight kind of breaks out. Lisa not there, but Mark Boots gets a quick assassination. That's 1, possibly 2 over the wall. Yes, he does get it. Channeled is that bullet time, but it doesn't matter. Another triple kill. Make it a quad. He is going to chase. He is hard going to chase. Kiwi Pancake is running. He has the flash. This is going to be the Penta in game number 1. Mark Boots pentakill. And they will go ahead and get the Baron. Mad City Premier locking down game number 1.
Yeah, if a 2-0 start for the Cassidon didn't spell impending doom, I think the pentakill at 25 minutes into the game really puts the cherry on top. He's now 15-0. He only has 2 assists himself, so it's not. He's just been farming these kills nonstop, and everywhere he goes, it's just resulted in deaths, graveyards all around the board. And now, well, this is just the issue. You want to look for catches, but when you end up using your tools for the catch, those cooldowns just mean that Cassidon gets free reign. And this is kind of just where this game was headed to, regardless of the 2-0 start here. And slowly but surely, this is going to come to a conclusion. And now for the side of Costa, it really just comes down to, do they have enough damage on this Vygar to be able to one-shot targets? And right now, that's a no.
I just want to point out that BMD is just going to assassinate Indigo. We don't care about that. These are just simple gives over, as Toasty Alex is going to go ahead and have to burn the flash. That's a boss gun over the wall. This Castle is going to get some help from Mark Boots once again. This is it.
Level 16.
This was just them in the base tearing through Kosa Gaming. They are trying to pad the stats as much as they can. However, kill on the backside, that is going to be Digital Stain biting off a bit more than he can chew. 4-on-4 here, as it is going to be TLF.
They don't have range to take down.
And yeah, they're going to try as much, but Toasty Alex is going to get very toasty as the Riftwalk claims his life. Jake is not going to be able to do anything except watch as the base goes down. Bradman Darius goes in for a cheeky fountain dive and is going to survive. Full time goes out. Castle eats a lot of that. They are very, very low health, but they get the shield, they get the heals, and they're going to get the Nexus. Mad City Premier in just over 28 minutes and 23-7 kills will take game number 1 to kick off this opening quarterfinal series.
And what a showcase coming in from Mad City. And it really just came down to the early game, right? Where we had this Rumble and Udyr dynamic. And Udyr, he just wins that early game, hands down. And he really utilized that early game ability to its maximum potential. He ganked into that bot lane nonstop. He forced all the summoners into that bot lane. And he also had a moment in that mid lane as well. It was just an absolute jungle clinic run by this Udyr pick. And going into game number 2, you have to wonder for the side of Kosa, like, what's your next strat? Do you still go back to this Rumble? Because I still think Rumble is the premier jungler when it comes to AP junglers in that position, but you need to have a couple more lanes that you can actually prop up. This one did not go their way at all.
Yeah, did not go their way, and maybe it's, maybe a little bit of draft difference, right? Triple AP in the opening stages, and you don't really plan for anything else. So
not really a winning lane either, Orbital.
Yeah, it was very rough. And so we'll see what Coastal Gaming have to do here. Once again, they will have side selection, so they have the opportunity to either get a counter pick or a first pick. We'll see what they do. Again, don't go anywhere though. We'll be right back with game number 2 here in the Upsurge Contenders League. Hello and welcome back. We are here for game number 2 between Mad City Premier and Coastal Gaming. Game number 1 of all things, multiple multi-man kills, double kills, triple kills, quadras, and finally to end it all off, Mark Boots closing out the game with a pentakill on the Cassidy. I mean, what better way to start off the series?
Yeah, what a way to start it. And it just starts off with a massive bang. Mark Boots was an absolute juggernaut that game, and part of that, of course, is at that 10-minute mark where he got that double kill. But for the majority of the game, we weren't. It wasn't because of the Cassidy that they won. The Cassidy was merely a result of just such great early pathing coming in from the Sudir, a lot of early game pressure coming in from the Sudir, and because there wasn't really a whole lot of priority lanes coming in from the side of Kosa, the Rumble didn't have a lot of places that he could play around. He had this Scion in the top lane, he doesn't get shove. This Vygar in the mid lane, he doesn't get shove. In this bot lane, they can get shoved, but because of that, like, Rumble was kind of just stuck farming, and the moment he stopped farming and didn't push level 6, he was caught in this no man's land that Udyr just thrived in.
Yeah, and that is, the point of strength that they worked with, and it didn't stop from the early game straight into the mid to late. It kept going and going. So this time around, I believe Coastal Gaming is on the red side, so they will not be able to pick up, potentially that Rumble. So maybe banning it away. But again, last composition, triple AP threat to kick things off. Maybe not the way to go here on the red side as we do get underway for picks and bans. What are you hoping to see out of them? What do you want to see change in their composition?
I think it really just comes down to, for the most part, the bans are going to be the same, but I think if you're looking to drop a ban, you're looking to go ahead and ban away either the Udyr or the Rumble pick. Perhaps you decide to allow the Rumble through, and you go and, go for a Lilia, who brings also matching team fight and also decent amount of clear. But we'll have to see what these opening picks are, and I think that it really comes down to a lot of the early picks to set the tempo of the rest of the draft.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big question mark, and so far we get a little bit of a change up. We do see the Thresh Morgana plus the Senna, so a little bit of respect sent over to that Senna side, saying, hey, that was a problem. And same thing on the flip, instead of the set, it is going to be that Rumble being banned away.
So Rumble being banned away, that leaves Udyr still up and available. I expect that to be the first pick here. Kiwi Pancake, honestly, was just... Well, wait. Castle was an absolute beast on the pick, so you just have to throw him back onto that pick. And we are also going to have a bit of a mismatch when it comes to the graphic and the actual draft flow. Just thought I'd bring that up here for our producer to go ahead and swap that back. But it is Mad City on the blue side and Kosa on the red. There we go. But Castle was just such a beast on that Udyr. Not much else to say.
Yeah, and I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it, of course. So it will go ahead and take that, but an immediate nab up of the set. So I feel this is more targeted towards that top side, right? It was banned away in game number 1, so BMD, maybe the enemy team is very scared of this opportunity pick. However, the Varus is also being locked in here, was passed through. I want to see the entirety of the pick ban phase in game number 1, so opting back into that Chain of Corruption style, going to be locked in. However, again, Lee Sin being hovered. I mean, Udyr, Lee Sin, 2 primary players from last game. Why not do it again?
Yeah, and there's just so much playmaking and aggression packed into these 2 picks. And on the flip side for Kosa, you get Varus, who is probably one of the strongest 80s, blind pick 80s right now. And then you also get yourself the set experiencing a couple of buffs. It does a little bit more damage, still has the ability to be thrown into that support role. So there's still flexibility packed for this pick, and Mad City actually just going. Once again, this time it's going to be a little bit different. They go for the Zoe here, but Zoe gets free priority in that mid lane. Once again, we're going to be able to see Castle get his pick of lanes when it comes to ganking and playing in this early game.
Yeah. If that Zoe gets off, it is going to be bad. We've seen Zoe's pop people left and right before, and it's terrifying to see. However, the Rek'Sai locked in. Kosa Gaming feeling like they're dropping back into comfort here.
Yeah, the Rek'Sai here brings early game, brings skirmish potential. I just wouldn't say it's quite to the degree of something like an Udyr. Udyr definitely the better version of Rek'Sai, where you get ahead, you do a lot of damage early on, but then later on into the game, you can just fall back into more of a tank playstyle. Rek'Sai definitely doesn't fit that that trope there, where you have to go aggressive and you have to stay aggressive. You have to just constantly find those picks. And now into the second phase of bans, reminder, Kosa, they don't get second phase bans. And on the flip side, Mad City, it looks like they're going to be targeting this mid lane, perhaps looking to take away something like an Orianna for a second pick as well.
Yeah, that Veigar was banned away, same as the Gallia here. And remember, the Master Yi is kind of a throwaway. If you're playing Master Yi, you're probably... that's all we're going to say about that. We are going to go ahead and see the Anivia locked in here, which is... I do like this matchup into the Zoe. You just have to be very careful, considering Castle did like to go to that mid lane quite a bit.
So the Anivia scales perfectly fine into that Zoe pick, but again, it's a lane that doesn't necessarily get priority here. That's really what we're looking for in a lot of these drafts right now, especially at the pro play level, is just what lanes can shove in and get extra space for your jungler to then play around, be flexible, and make plays around. But Anivia does scale relatively well in this game, because into the Lee Sin and the Udyr, if they go in, you can just split the team very, very easily. However, I like the adaptation coming out from the side of Mad City. They have Zoe, they have Ezreal, two extremely long-range champions. In fact, LCK, they kind of dubbed them the Team Rocket duo because it's Jesse and James. You throw in a Nidalee and you have Meowth, but not going to see Meowth here. It's going to be Seraphine instead, and I love this draft coming in from Mad City once again.
They are having a ball with this one so far, and Kosa Gaming, remember, Kosa Gaming are the ones that have to deal with all this. They're the ones that have to realize they're on the back foot, and with how aggressive Mad City Premier were before, they are going to go ahead and try and lock in some aggression of their own. The Nautilus to round things out here on the bottom side with the Vars, which does allow for a lot of catch potential. However, you do have to be a little bit worried, right? The poke coming out of the Ezreal Seraphine has a tendency to really shave away your health as quickly as possible.
Yeah, shaving it away is a bit of an understatement. Once these two get going, they really get going, and it's just not a fun time for this Nautilus. But for Kosa Gaming, it really is just about this Nautilus Varus duo here. When it comes to the lane phase, they need these two to get going. They have to be really, really strong here. If Nautilus is able to get going and he becomes durable, then the catch potential is definitely there, because he's going to be durable enough to endure some of the poke and be able to find those hooks onto these members of the Zoe, of the Ezreal, and the Seraphine. However, I just think for Mad City, this draft is just too well-rounded. They've got enough early game. Lee Sin, Zoe, even Ezreal Seraphine's got really nice wave control, and that's just everything you want when it comes to picking something like the Udyr pick. And Kosa, you have to find some magic with this Rek'Sai pick.
Yeah, this is what feels like a pretty much continuous all-in once again that Kosa Gaming tried in game number one. They had, pretty much that ram your head against the brick wall until the brick wall breaks. Is kind of the way, but this is not a brick wall. This is a wall of jello that will constantly kind of mold around you, right? It's a wall that's very flexible and won't break no matter how much you throw at it. Maybe you take a piece here or a piece there, but you got to chop it up into fine bits, right? The Zoe's going to bounce around left and right, really cause a little bit of havoc. The Lee Sin is going to be wrecking your backline, and I think at this point it's actually really is going to be on the Lee Sin and Darius. Last time we saw Mark Boots being able to get to the access to the backline. But look at it from here, right? Who is really going to be back there? It's only going to be Lee Sin, and BMD, I think, does have that opportunity to do it. However, I talked a lot there. I'm very sorry about that, but I do want to say the top lane now is a lot more interesting as well, because no more wow, I just said that. No more Scion. It is going to be set a little bit heavier duelist.
Yeah, so there's going to be a little bit more skirmish potential there, and maybe a little bit more fighting. They could look for an early gank onto the Lee Sin. That definitely could be it here. But this Lee Sin, again, extremely slippery. He can just get out of these ganks very, very easily. And that's kind of also another reason why he's just such a menace right now. Better version of Renekton. Renekton, he has one dash in, and that's it. But Lee Sin, he initiates with his Q dash, and then he still has the W dash to get out of there. And yeah, the dumb champion.
It sounds like we had a few bad experiences with the champion, which I fully understand. Anytime I see a Lee Sin in solo queue, you're just like, it's one of two options, right? It's a really good Lee Sin or it's a really bad Lee Sin. And in this certain situation, BMD has proved he is one of the good Lee Sins. So a very, very scary thought. Now let's take a look at this jungle, right? We haven't touched on it as we were going down some of the other lanes, but this is a Rek'Sai. Yes, can gank very well, has easy access just like a Zac, just like any of that, but it feels much squishier, right? This is a champion that there's a reason it's not top tier. There's a reason it's basically, I want to say mid B tier at best. I mean, not many people have it up there on their list.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly enough, Rek'Sai is a bit of a menace when it comes to solo queue at high levels. So she's actually a pretty good win rate. But the issue is in pro play, if you're ever playing an assassin jungler, you have to get so far ahead that you can assassinate everyone on the map. And if you aren't able to do that, then you're still an assassin and you're in the jungle. You don't have the levels to back you up. That's always been the issue when it comes to picking these more assassin style junglers. And we'll see if Kiwi Pancake, if he's able to find the success with this Rek'Sai pick, or if it's just going to be Castle running the clinic once more.
Yeah, we'll see if that's what it is. But of course, only the teams will be able to tell. Mad City Premier up one game already. Very convincing game number one. We'll see if they can replicate that in game number two, or if Costa Gaming, with a little bit interesting draft here, will be able to bring it back and be able to give themselves a push to game number three. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And we are on to the Rift for game number 2. Again, it is Man City Premier on the blue side this time around. And on the red, it is going to be Costa Gaming with a somewhat interesting composition. We are keeping eyes on Kiwi Pancakes, see how well the rec side does. You know, maybe this solo queue, terror will be able to translate over into coordinated play, but only time will tell.
Yeah, and it's really all eyes onto this Rek'Sai pick because she has very creative gank angles that she can come from, very similar to the Zac as you mentioned in draft. And it's gonna have to be very creative gank angles to really get them through this early game. Once we hit mid to late game, then the Anivia comes online and she could be that really final boss for the side of Mad City to try and get through in order to claim this 2-0 victory. So that's the early game thoughts there. But all of it really starts from this early game jungle pathing. What extra information do we get? And it looks like Kiwi Pancake is starting top side, so wanting to finish bot side. And I mean, this time there's good reason. If you put this Ezreal behind, he doesn't have that threat put onto this Nautilus. The poke isn't going to be there, and then the Nautilus, then he gets to be that absolute terror and menace, just non-stop poking people.
Yeah, constant cues, constant annoyances. I mean, every champion, I feel, on the from the mid lane down is just an annoyance. If you're repping the TLF, oh my lord, going very low. They're going to keep trying to trade blows, and they both drop to about 100 HP and finally call the bout. First round going to no one there on the top side.
Yeah, everyone's just bloody and bruised. Holy moly. What a trade up into that top side. They really want to go at it, and now level 2.
Well, level 2 does burn the flash, both flashes.
Level 2 answer.
On the bot side, but Indigo going a very, very low is not going to get tagged.
Oh,
Flash
he
for
missed.
flash on the ADCs, but the health bar is drastically in favor of Mad City Premier. Hook goes out one more time, though, and the heal might not be enough. They are going to claim the first blood. Digital Stain now on the run for his life. Another
so
arrow lands, and Indigo and Jake get away with the first kill on Seraphine.
And it was just a really back and forth trade there. Because Jake, he flashes forward, goes for the hook, lands it onto the Seraphine, and you thought, well, that's it. They hit level 2. The side of Mad City, they didn't respect it, but then level 2 immediately gets hit. Ooh, what a beautiful bubble into that sleep. Prowler's Claw into the sleep there, but back into the bot lane. And then they hit level 2, they start turning things around, but they overextend. They overextend past the minions, and that means Nautilus, once the hook comes back off of cooldown, they're able to return fire.
Yeah, returning fire all over. And I think, again, aggression on both sides of the map. And I feel that kill should not be an indication of Indigo and Jake winning that fight, because originally at the beginning, right, Digital Stain and Meek actually had Indigo on the run, right? That was completely their turn. It was just a very nice hook and rebound by Jake, caught Meek by surprise. And I mean, that is what you have to deal with, but it was extremely close. It was a 50-50 that was taken by Indigo. So we'll see if the side of Mad City Premier wants to do it again. TLF, though, getting very, very low under this tower, and it looks like they're going to set up for a top lane dive.
Definitely could be a top lane dive here. And yeah, TLF staying here means that he is going to get dove.
He's going to get dove, does have the flash and does have the shield, but it's not going to be enough. That's going to be a stun under the tower into a quick Q, and that is just it. Simple kill picked right back up for Mad City Premier.
Yeah, beautiful setup coming in from Mad City, ganking for that top side. You get them low, and it's just such a pretty setup. And now Toasty Alex takes a bunch of damage, but now...
Oh, that's the egg, though, because the minions are too strong. Mark Boots is going to be happy trading a little bit more damage back. And I mean, he burns his flash, right? But Mark Boots has that unsealed spellbook. He's not too worried about that.
Yeah, and honestly, it's a really good trade for both ends, because you get the Zoe flash. That means you can look for a possible regank coming in from the Rex side, but on the flip side, it means that you can actually kill this Anivia, but they're trying to kill in this bot lane still. Udyr's here.
Is here.
A lot
But
of
he's a
poke
little bit
damage.
further away, and Jake is just getting taken so low. One more missile shot dropped him to like 10 HP. I want to get a replay, or if we could, a number on how low he was. I'm fairly certain.
How much
that
HP
was
he
single
got?
digit HP.
Well, he's regened a little bit there, so I blame producer. But it looks like they might look for now a possible dive attempt into this bottom side. Of course, Udyr does have plenty of damage himself, and they're trying to crash the wave, but they might have expended a little bit too much mana. We'll see if they actually still continue to go for it as Castle. I mean, he flashes. It's easy
Yeah,
kill.
that's just a flash and a kill. Castle goes ahead, picks up his first kill of the game, and that is a TV down as Mark Boots is going to go ahead and jump in. They're going to go ahead and lay down all the damages on Indigo, but it doesn't look like they have enough because Kiwi Pancake has shown up and stalled this fight out. They're going to go ahead and flash on the Udyr. He is going to go ahead and get killed off. Kiwi Pancake is allowed and gifted that kill to even things out. 2-2 at 6.5 minutes. These guys are not slowing down. Oh,
big bubble!
Maybe trouble bubble, but no mana. You take a look, no one can really follow up, so that will just be a warning shot to Indigo.
Yeah, and I mean, in this top side, you're going to see trades happening, but still, BMD having the better end of it, has the pickaxe, big trade weapon there. But going back into that bottom lane, they set up for the dive. Honestly, it took a little bit too long for the dive to come to fruition, and they still went for it, and credit to them. They're able to at least get one, but that's all they're able to get. Ends up being a positive trade for the side of Costa Gaming, and that also means that they're able to get an angle to secure themselves the dragon. They get first dragon, that is going to be Cloud Drake, which will be helpful in their attempts to really snowball the game off of catches with the Varus ultimate, with the Nautilus toolkit, and of course with the extra damage coming out from the Rek'Sai ult. But a quick pause, I mean, yeah, not a lot to say there.
Yeah, it's just extremely quick. And of course, with all that action, it is going to be the Ocean Dragon coming up next. And that will mean it will be a Mountain or Infernal to fight over last time. And last time it was the Infernal. So always keep those eyes out for that. That is going to be a Dragon, as the Muay Thai fighter is going to get beaten down by the Kickboxer, is the best way to put it. TLF starting to find a little bit of purchase in terms of trading power.
A little bit of purchase, but it's going to be a roam coming in from the Nautilus that isn't going to find anything because of the fact that, well, PMD, he's not super interested in trading with that large wave on his tower. And I also think that he probably has an inkling of the possibility of the Nautilus making a roam because he hasn't been seen in that bot lane for a while. But still, not bad roam attempts from the Nautilus. It's TLF now, he's back to being that punching bag.
Yeah, it's you know, it's what brawlers do on the top side, and I think he's okay trading a little bit back and forth, although he is down quite a bit. Chain of Corruption does whiff as Indigo and the hook
again.
Whiff as well. That is actually going to force Kiwi Pancake to not fight that, as they were off on the back of the wing, but go ahead, go for it. Flash in. That's going to be a level 4 knock up. Digital Stain is going to get smeared across the bottom lane rift, and they're going to go ahead, dive in with that Rek'Sai. They're going to go ahead, get another knock up, and all of a sudden, Costa Gaming are coming alive, picking on this bot side.
Yeah, and that's part of those creative gank angles you're going to be able to find with the Rek'Sai, right? Where she just waits around the wall. Yes, you might have vision in the river with the double control wards, but you aren't going to be able to spot out the gank coming in from that tri-bush, and that's exactly the angle that Kiwi Pancake's able to find, and that's going to allow Costa Gaming to somewhat start gaining purchase into this game. They don't have the gold lead quite yet, mostly because of just this superhuman laning efforts coming in from this Lee Sin pick, and even in this mid lane. Like, Mark Boots made a very expensive teleport into that bottom lane that lost him a lot of EXP, but yet he's still up in farm. He might be a little bit behind in EXP still, but just amazing plays coming out from both of these solo laners when it comes to this lane phase. Oh, did we lose Orbital? Or did we? Or oh dear. Well,
Very sorry about that, but we are back. I am back at least. I hit the wrong button and didn't realize I was gone. As BMD also didn't realize there were about 3 people on the top side.
Yeah, it's a bit of a party while you were away. You might have missed the invite, but
I turned
glad you're
5
here now.
seconds. All it takes 5 seconds and the invites already got sent out, man. I'm having serious FOMO right now.
Yeah. And now Mark Boots. Oh, Kiwi Pancakes behind though. I don't. They should have realized. Yeah.
Yeah. I think they do, and this is going to be a trade of towers. And actually, I think Mad City actually come out on top of this because it's 4 members top, meaning there is nothing else being gained. So Mad City Premier are going to go ahead, stave off a top lane dive, trade back lots of damage, and get not a second charge, but first tower and all of its plates. They make out like bandits and are now sitting at 1.8k in the lead.
Yeah, they're down in kills, but don't tell Mad City that because they're still so far ahead in gold and also just their playmaking potential. Again, they're just out macroing really the side of Costa Gaming. You see a play being made up in the top side, the amount of resources they throw at it, and Castle's just like, oh, great, perfect. I just go bot lane, I throw down this Rift Herald, and get more gold onto my Ezreal Seraphine. These 2 champions are going to scale incredibly well, and now, man, Mark Boots just, whoo, that's the big paddle.
Toasty Alex is not going to be anywhere close to this Drake. So Ocean Dragon going the way of Mad City Premier. We get to see what the soul will be. But again, uncontested is a huge point. It will be Mountain, so a lot of extra health, which honestly would actually benefit Costa Gaming a lot, considering that they had to deal with multiple members just constantly throwing out these poking abilities and sieging abilities.
Yeah, and usually when you're looking at this composition, it is that 3rd dragon that you're looking at for clear PowerPoint mark. Because at that point, Mark Boots will, on the Zoe, have the Ludens along with the Magic Pen Boots. We'll see if that ends up panning out as expected, but he's sitting on a lot of gold. So it definitely could come through here. But being able to secure 2nd dragon, that's really big. Because 2nd dragon means that they are able to commit if they want to that 3rd dragon or not. They have a lot of options available to them, and perhaps, you know, they throw a lot of resources on trying to contest that 3rd dragon, and BMD is just able to get free ground when it comes to top side. And they just let that dragon go because BMD is just trucking away top side. That could definitely give them that extra little space of forgiveness when it comes to some of that macro play. And honestly, I've been so impressed by the macro from Mad City.
Yeah, they've done a very nice job, and they also know when to pull the trigger, right? However, Mark Boots might be on the wrong side of this fight. Is going to on the hook. Is going to go ahead and get rooted and chained up under the tower.
Oh no!
Arrow is going to end his life, but the top lane is also going to get hit. The shield is going to stay for a little bit longer. Showstopper is going to bring Castle just out of range of the tower, though. Now Toasty Alex might be in a rough spot. No minions to save his life. The wave will crash. No one up there to save the bird. So if they wish, this would be a 3-on-1 dive. He is going to go ahead and try and clear it out as quickly as possible. That's one of the benefits. And the wall goes up one more time, stunned under the tower. That is going to be the egg being burned. They're going to follow through. Maybe they can get the kill. I'm not sure if they can. They are hitting the tower instead. They walk in. Just tank it up. BMD is going to go ahead and trade it out. Kill up top. But tower most crucially goes down. And that will be a tower and kill trade on both sides of the map.
Yeah, but it is, once again, the side of Mad City trading up in this situation because they find 2 kills up into that top lane and still secure that top lane tower. And now BMD, you look at this man, he is just so large and in charge on this Lee Sin. He's 3-0, he has a 50 CS lead as well. there's just no stopping this Lee Sin. He's just got too much ability at this point in the game to make plays, to dictate what happens in this game. And Mark Boots Digital saying they're slowly scaling up as well. When it comes to this next dragon, we'll see what their power level is at. But honestly, BMD, with his power alone, they should be able to make a contestation around this dragon if they want to.
Yeah, I mean, this dragon is still 2 minutes out. Of course, the Rift Herald will be the next option up, and it looks like Castle will reach their first mid lane. Seems to be the point of a fight. That is going to be a Hextech Flash going in. Jake walks his way in. The Mystic shots coming out of Digital Stain are starting to hurt. Does have the Essence Reaver up and available, so damage is there. However,
Second Rift
gotta
Herald.
commit on something.
Yeah, they're going to be able to secure second Rift Herald here. Really, no questions asked. As okay, Jake wants to start a fight though.
Yeah, Might of Meek is gonna eat all that damage and still walk away like it's nothing. Jake is gonna get a heal for his team. Now the follow-up damage is there. Another piercing arrow snipes out Might of Meek's health, and so as with a Digital Stain, so bot lane is very low. Mark Boots is going to go ahead, go in, and get caught out. He is on the wrong side of the map to try, but Ghost Golden is able to dodge out on a lot of those ultimates, but the piercing arrow and the Q is going to land. Now the follow-up, the showstopper is going to bring BMD straight into the back, but he is going to try and dash away and stay alive with his team as well. So Mark Boots gets caught on the flank and pays for it with Dragon up in just 40 seconds.
Thankfully, though, Mark Boots still has his teleport. If they want to try and contest this, they still have the option to do that. It's really just getting these recalls, making sure that their health bars are in a position that they can make the contention. And honestly, if you take the poke onto the Seraphine, into the Ezreal, that might be a signal to just back off. As it is lethality Varus, so he is packing a lot of punch from range, and I think it's the correct adaptation here for this Varus pick, because again, there's just so much range coming in from Zoe and Ezreal. You need a way to be able to answer that, and Indigo, as far ahead as he is, that is the perfect answer in this situation.
And Dragon does go their way, so Costa Gaming do pick up the third Dragon of the game, second for their pockets. Mid lane is only going to lose about 50% of its tower health. And I mean, Costa Gaming now in a significant spot. Yes, they're down a little bit in gold, but that's kind of made up with the Dragons that they secured. Plus, you know, taking a look at the items, you saw what Indigo could do. They are happy with the current state of the game.
Yeah, and I would say this is probably the first time Costa Gaming have won out in a bit of a macro trade. This time around, they're able to just constantly force mid, be able to find that poke onto the Seraphine Ezreal, and that forces the side of Mad City to just concede that dragon, and they aren't able to find necessarily a big trade, as they will eventually be able to get this mid lane turret. But at this point in the game, it's not that big of an issue to drop that turret at 18 minutes. The mid lane turret did serve its purpose.
Did serve its purpose, stayed alive for a little bit longer, made sure the inner part of their base would not be aggressed on as heavily. So Costa Gaming have a nice barrier to kind of work with. They are losing out in the tower trades, but again, when you're going for the Dragons, when you're aiming for that global objective, you're not too worried, right? About losing these outer towers. You're okay with it, but this is going to be Jake kind of eating a little bit of damage. Again, this is a tank Udyr. Not really worried, but Encore will go ahead and land. This is a lot being expended for a support. Chain of Corruption does root up Castle. He is going to go ahead and defer away from TLF. Maybe don't want to keep fighting against a set, and they'll go ahead and be okay with that one kill.
Yeah, now the issue with this composition coming out from Mad City is they don't necessarily break tier 2 turrets that quickly. They're going to try and break this one down here and establish a bit of a siege, but they don't have the Ezreal here. And TLF...
Oh, that's a rough kick against the wall, and then draws two right in, forces the flash out of Might of Meek. Also the exhaust, so double summoners down for Might of Meek, who is now going to look like a juicy target to anyone from Costa Gaming.
Yeah, Might of Meek a little bit vulnerable here. And this performance compared to the Karma performance, a little bit different. As remember, with the Karma, he was able to kind of just farm up. He was able to get those extra items to prop himself up here, and he wasn't really a main target of focus either. He had the Cassidon really pulling everyone's focus, and the game wasn't about him. This time around, the game's going to be a little bit more about him, because he's going to be the big member to keep his backline really safe and alive and healthy this time around. And coming into 20.5 minutes, we're looking at almost a 3,000 gold advantage. The gold lead isn't really that big when it comes to 20 minutes into the game, but depending on how you feel about these composition scalings, in my opinion, I just love the scaling available on the side of Mad City. So I think this 3k gold is a lot more than it might seem.
Yeah, a lot more than it might seem in the long run, and we have to keep eyes. That is going to be Toasty Alex going to trying to keep pace. And with 2 completed items, we do see the Dust Blade plus the Mana Immune being completed for Indigo. Already has kind of that core component set up. So really looking for Mida Meek and Digital Stain as the opening targets. With Toasty Alex clearing out the wave with them, this mid lane will always be the option, right? Just constantly push the wave in, look for Digital Stain, throw out a piercing arrow, and hope to get a kill. Now we get a flash in. That's going to be an attempt. Castle is going to go ahead, get some help with the Encore, but no one else is there. This is 3-on-4 fight.
No one's here.
That is just Udyr dead. Round man, Darius is going to try on the backside, and that is the Rek'Sai diving under the tower with
Big
that
kick.
ultimate. The Void Rush was able to pick up the kill. Now Mark Boots is going to keep trading and pick up that one. So the trades have gone back. Now
They can
the
still
chase
keep fighting.
is on. Indigo is quite low. Kick lands. You might not be followed up though, as Toasty Alex has a very beefy front line to be able to stave off the rest of the engage.
Yeah, Ezreal's always still very healthy here, so they can kind of fish.
Oh,
Keep fishing here, and boy, are they fishing. Able to find the Sleepy Trouble Bubble onto TLF, but then nailing the Paddle Star onto the Nivea. Definitely made things a little bit concerning and scary there, but now they're going to be able to shove them off of mid lane. Dragon now up and available, and they're just trying to buy as much space here to then walk in. Jake spotted out, taking some harass, misses the hook.
oh, and I mean Jake is goes down.
It's gone.
He was down to 50% HP and still decided
Power
to
of this
dance
comp?
it. A crucial error made by Jake grants a free dragon over to Mad City Premier.
Yeah, big dragon obtained. And yeah, they finally hit that big power spike here, and they're really trying to take advantage of it. And now they could find more.
Toasty eating a lot of damage. That's the True Shots Barrage. And they just jump right off Digital Stain. Digital Stain's turn to make an error. This is now a 4-on-5. And I mean, just they're trading back and forth in awkward situations. I'm not sure what some of these players are thinking about.
Yeah, this game, Digital Stain playing a little bit more loose, and it's come to bite him. But Mark Boots on the Zoe pick still has kind of free reign of this game.
I mean,
And yeah, I mean, Digital Stain Arcane Shift, and he just got clapped. You do not Arcane Shift over a wall if it's just you.
yeah, you don't want to do that as an Ezreal. And you were talking about Mark Boots, who's still trying to climb up. I understand that Everfrost is, I believe, supposed to be the build, but again, not as much burst potential as we're used to seeing. With this kind of build with the Unsealed Spellbook, it feels a lot more like you are just the CC, right? You are just here to get the CC down, maybe poke a little bit, but you are not the main damage source.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to hit as hard when it comes to some of these Battle Stars, but big pick once again, Might of Meek out of position, but
only burns the flash this time, so Kiwi Pancake is going to go ahead and be happy about that trade that just occurred.
being able to survive there is actually really big. But once again, Might of Meek just caught out of position, and this Rek'Sai pick, while hasn't been insanely domineering, people kind of forget about her sonar. Like, the sonar's actually come into play a couple of times now, especially off of that last pick. And if teams forget about it, it can definitely spell the end for you. But now they're actually just turning straight onto Baron. They know that the recall timings are coming through for the side of Kosa, and this is a big window. Can they capitalize?
Well, they're gonna try. You can see the Sleepy Trouble Bubble going out, and the Baron has been peeled off. So Mad City Premier are dancing this fairly well now with the Lee Sin covering their front side. He's gonna try. Jake dodges out on the Sonic Wave and is gonna get kicked right into the team. He's dead again without being able to use any ability. Digital Stain does eat quite a bit of damage. The poke has been made, and now TLF is gonna be the one to get rooted. That's gonna be the Udyr getting shut down, and the Showstopper brings them right back to the back line. They found the damage that they need. Drowsy is going to be this Rek'Sai, but the damage has been down 3 for 3 so far. Mark Boots eats a shard to the face with a nice connect. They are going to get the assassination. Now it's all up to BM. No
flash.
He is very tanky and might not want to keep trading. He's going to land the Sonic Wave, is going to try and dodge out, goes right back in, and is at least going to get the egg, but Indigo should be able to finish this one off. It is Kosa Gaming coming out with the ace at 26 minutes.
Yeah, and this is what they do very well. They're able to kind of set up these siege lines and be able to just siege with this lethality Varus and slowly be able to whittle people down with this Anivia. And on the flip side, if you take the fight a little bit too fast with the Zoe Ezreal, you don't necessarily have the best all-in damage, right? Whereas on the flip side, that's exactly where Anivia does thrive. And now that this Varus is just so far ahead with these items, he's got a respectable amount of all-in damage as well. And that means on the flip side, you have to be a little bit more patient with these fights. If you are a Zoe Ezreal, you need to be able to find poke onto multiple members, not just one. The Nautilus, not good enough. He's just a support. You have to find a little bit more value. Be able to find poke onto, especially this Rek'Sai, who, if you are able to land poke onto the Rek'Sai, dissuade her from jumping in and all in your backline, then you're going to be able to find success.
Finding success is necessary in these latter stages. 27.5 minutes. They are fighting tooth and nail with the 5th dragon of this game coming up. Kiwi Pancake does have
big pick
that
there.
spell field up, and again, it is Jay consistently at the front line. He is dying over and over again. Now Might Meek is the one, but the Encore lands on 3. This is the big opportunity that they want. Flash straight into the back line, but the damage is on 2 fronts. This is going to be a battle of who can decimate the back line first, and so far it looks like Kosa Gaming as TLF flashes with the Haymaker. You know that punch hurts. As soon as he took that kill, BMD is going to try.
Oh, what a pick!
He does. This Lee Sin is godlike.
Can he get out?
6, 1, and 3, and he is going to go ahead, dash over the wall to that ward, and he is going to survive. An amazing display, saves his fight, and now once again, Mark Boots is going to flash away with that flash that he did pick up. BMD is going to try one more again, but the pick! Battle Star makes it work. He is going to go ahead and heal up. BMD is going to try and two-man this fight. Cannot do it as Mark is going to try and find the pick again, but now he has to try and jump away. Again, the Everfrost came back up. That is how long this fight has gone on. Again, a narrow victory, but a victory nonetheless. Kosa Gaming come out with the overall kill advantage. However, the man advantage might be in favor of this Mad City Premier squad, as again, the dragon is still up. The major objective that everyone was fighting over is still up and available.
Yeah, what everyone was trying to vie for is still there. That means Might Meek, okay, they secure dragon. Now, can they get out? That's the real question.
Well, I think they're going to be able to. Digital Stain is able to arcane shift over the wall, and for all that fighting, Mad City Premier go ahead and make out like Ban is there now on Soul Point and have to worry about a potential Baron attempt. No one's really in the vicinity, so it looks like they will have to give it up. Kosa Gaming will just have to settle for the temporary buff.
Yeah, and for the side of Kosa, that time they lost track of their fight lines. They weren't able to split the fight, keep things organized in a front to back setting, and that means the Zoe eventually starts to get rolling. You saw all those summoners left onto the ground. That means she's able to slowly continue just fight. And I mean, it's those situations as well where Lee Sin just absolutely thrives. The jungle Lee Sin not there, but Soul Lane definitely there. And now this Dragon or Baron so low, they're going to be able to secure it.
Yeah, they should be able to. They go in, but the kills might live. It might be a wasted Baron. TLF might be another donated kill. They're on the chase. The stun is there, and Kosa Gaming pull a Dignitas and lose for a negative gold Baron power play, as only Toasty Alex will come away with the buff. Mad City Premier get a lucky break here in the 30th minute.
They get absolutely gifted. A big blunder coming in from, oh, that's a big sleep.
That is a sleep, and that should be Toasty Alex dead.
That's it.
Mad City Premier takes every single Baron just 30 seconds after the Baron was taken. They will go ahead, take the mid lane second tower. They will go ahead and push for another potential, but no, everyone is coming up, so they go ahead and respectfully back off. But my gosh, this game, Mad City Premier breathing a heavy sigh of relief.
Mad City, they were able to find the fight immediately after that Baron got secured. And once again, it was an issue of where was the front and back line? Where was the coordination? Right after they secured it, you saw in their communication that there was never a move to just go for the fight afterwards. It was about, all right, we just got to try and save whatever Baron we can. And you just saw everyone scattered to the winds. And again, that's just exactly where you want to be when it comes to being Ezreal, Zoe, Lee Sin. These kinds of setups are perfect for these champions.
And I want to point out something else, or a couple things. Number one, Toasty Alex went for a burst damage build, and this is getting him caught out in more ways than is one, right? He went for a Void Staff. Second item on top of the Lunans, no one on the side of Mad City Premier have enough MR to warrant a Void Staff pickup, right? That should be a fourth item at best in this current scenario, right? That's number one. Number two, you look down the entire lineup of Mad City Premier, they have Grievous Wounds out the butt. Both top laners, the top laner and the jungle have the Bramble Vest. Look on the other side. You're against a Zoe and Ezreal Seraphine, and then an Udyr and Lee Sin building that Gore Drinker. Where is your Grievous Wounds? You are not optimizing for this current setup, and it kind of feels, and I say this with all sincerity and hope, it kind of feels like Kosa Gaming kind of shot themselves in the foot with how they're kind of building against this team comp.
Yeah, the builds are a little bit suboptimal here. Not quite paying off. And I mean, Toasty Alex, I'm going to be a little bit less harsh on him. I think the Void Staff is all right. It's definitely not ideal, but it's a relatively cheap item, and you just need as much damage as possible. And I mean, given the state now, the magic resistance should slowly start coming through, and given that they're not necessarily going to be able to get access to all the gold in the world, now the Void Staff seems a bit of a genius move. But now it all boils down to this fight. Will they just concede it and try and get turrets? That could be a possibility.
Well, a huge thing was actually Castle and Mighty Meek both had to burn their flashes in suboptimal positions, right? And TLF going ahead and drawing Udyr right back in. Piercing arrow is not going to land, and it looks like a 3-man push mid. Remember, they don't have to worry too much. They're just going to push this, and this is going to be a weird little trade here. Kosa Gaming are drawn between two, and they're getting danced on. This is going to be inhibitor for a third dragon for them, and they will happily take that fight. Mad City Premier are looking to try and push him for a little bit more. No, they take the inhibitor. They go ahead and wisely back out. Sixth dragon of the game has been secured, and they're going to go ahead and try and route Jake, who has so far been pinched. Possibly 7th death of the game. He dies once again, alone, scared, and destroyed. 5 members collapse on him to claim his life.
And Jake, I mean, he tries to peel back, right? But unfortunately, the rest of the team not on the same page as him. They go for recalls now. This is potentially the last fight.
Yeah, TLF getting shredded before he can lay down the showstopper. Flashes directly back into his base, and that's a key ultimate to kind of get into the team fight that has been used. Kiwi Pancake so far has not found an initiation just yet, right? The Void Rush was so pivotal in the early stages, but has so far not been able to pick out anyone on the backline. Digital Stain has stayed alive for quite some time, and Mark Boots consistently keeping that shield off of the Rek'Sai. It's a massive threat right now. This Zoe pick doing so much work.
Yeah, and this is, of course, the issue when you play the Rek'Sai into the later stages of the game. I mentioned it post-draft. You're an assassin, and all of a sudden things are just starting to turn it into just 5v5s nonstop. Where do you find those angles to be able to assassinate a backline champion? And if you do that, what do you sacrifice as well? You're not able to get something like Asterix. If you don't have something like that right now and you just continuously all in towards this assassin build, you're extremely fragile. You don't offer anything to your team beyond one-shotting a backline carry. So if you don't one-shot a backline carry, what are you truly doing?
Well, you're being just kind of a big pest, right? You are the smiter. That is your whole and sole job. True Shot Barrage is going to snipe out and realize that they are doing it. Jake is going to go ahead and try and run interference. Finally gets a depth charge off and is just playing bait. Baron, I believe, is down to just a couple thousand HP. Yeah, it is going to be secured. That is going to be the Baron, but this could be the same Dignitas Baron 2.0 all over again. Rek'Sai's down. The GA on TLF is getting trying to get a massive shield, and Rek'Sai's going to try and flash away, but Pancake is pancaked against the floor of this river. The flash forward by Digital Stain is insecure, but actually I think that was a shard that came out after Agnivia. That is 2 members for 3 as they're going to quickly teleport out. Costa Gaming this time actually fare better than before. They make out with 2 Baron buffs.
Yeah, but once again, the idea is never to fight for the side of Costa. They're getting the Baron, and immediately in their minds it's about saving as many as they can. And this time around, a little bit more successful. And Toasty Alex, with how far ahead he is, or how farmed he is, he's in a good spot that he is going to become relevant. But again, it really just boils down to this Anivia pick, I feel, because slowly but surely the Rek'Sai is becoming less and less relevant, and these fights are starting to happen a little bit too fast for this Varus pick to gain a lot of purchase in these fights. And that means the only all-in threat or only damage threat that they have is just this Anivia, and Anivia has been doing a great job so far, but she has to bring it to that next level.
Yeah, next level is not going to happen unless the Zanyas comes down, right? Last fight, the stopwatch was used, but you take a look, I think still about 1,000 gold off, probably of that Zanya's Hourglass. And, you know, in my opinion, the Zanya should be 2nd or 3rd item. No matter what, you know, you need that safety, you need that opportunity to keep yourself alive.
It's actually in.
Yeah, and it's actually in now, so I was very wrong. It was right there and right then. So pretty much full build for this Anivia, sitting on 4 items deep, came back with that pink ward. So next fight around this dragon will be extremely important. Jake going ahead, frontlining once again. He is quite a bit stronger, forces the flash out of Mark Boots, the real flash to say the least, and now they have the inside track record. Remember, they have 2 Barons. They actually get to play with this one, and they're feeling confident that they can at least knock down this mid lane remaining outer tower. Big piercing arrow makes Digital Stain kind of reconsider where he wants to stay in these fights. TLF, though, eating so much damage. He is going to try and regen as quickly as possible for this dragon.
Yeah, there's a bit of a difference when it comes to where the poke is coming from, right? The Varus, yes, he hits hard, but does he hit hard as Zoe? The answer is no.
Ooh. And they're trading back and forth. Remember, the bubbles have been burst. Spell shields are down, and Lisa waiting off on the back ends. Can't find another paddle star. There's going to be a jump in.
Oh,
Flash in, kick the kick. But who can follow? Indigo gets out. out. He is going to survive, and that's actually the showstopper brought right back in. Castle is going to survive, but that's going to be Toasty. Alex getting chased down. That is going to be the kill on the backline. Ezreal is down, so is the mid laner. The bird is fried, but the main objective is Dragon. It is going to go in favor of Costa Gaming, and now they feel confident to turn it right back around. Remember, they have the shields. They have a little bit of extra defenses, and that is going to be, it looks like, at least this squad hoping, but that's
You're still
Brown,
going.
man.
Wait, what?
He goes in and gets himself killed,
Mark
and TLF comes
dead.
right back to this battle. A 2 punches to Zoe's face means she is going to the Grace King, and that is Jake finally getting some revenge. He picks up a kill for himself. 4 members down on Mad City Premier. As they lose the dragon, they lose the soul, and they will surely lose a few towers.
And this soul is a massive, massive pickup because that just mitigates so much of the poke coming in from the Ezreal, from the Zoe. Also, having triple extra resistances is going to make a massive difference here as well. You saw Jake, all of a sudden, those paddle stars don't hit as hard if they don't have the bubble on top of it. And now they're just looking to finish the game.
Well, that is a couple shots going out, and Digital Stain is going to get jumped on. Kiwi Pancake gets the snap.
That's it.
The assassin makes it work. That is the tower gone. Next members up are 3 seconds away. They're going to try and end the game here. That is going to be the Seraphine coming up, landing the Encore only on 2 members, but that's our 2 primaries, but it's done. It is over. Game number 2 in the books, and the closest one we have seen yet. Costa Gaming straight back in game number 2 to tie up the series 1-1.
And the game finishes on the narrowest of margins, right? It's 7 towers to 8. It's only a 2,000 gold lead at the very end for the side of Costa Gaming, and they only finish 1 kill ahead on the kill scoreboard as well. So this game was absolutely razor thin margins when it comes to who was able to finally get out at the end. Even the Dragons Orbital. It was 4 dragons to 3. Like, this was so tight, and it was such a fun game to watch. In Costa Gaming, they managed to grind out the win.
They managed to grind it out, and that was after some hard-fought battles. Brown Man Darius in the top side, 12-3 and 6, was finding a lot of those pick potentials, but just a follow-up might not have been there. So now it is Mad City Premier's turn to go back to the drawing board. What do they need to do better? How can they win this series? Because again, you lose this next game, you're out. Your playoffs run is done. So we'll go ahead, give the teams a little bit of a break, a little bit of a breather to see what they can come up with, and we'll go ahead, go to a short break. Don't go anywhere. Go ahead, grab some water and snacks. We will see you in just a bit. And we are back, of course, with the opening act of the finale here. Game number 1 went the way pretty dominating in the favor of Mad City Premier with a pentakill by Mark Boots. But game 2, the scrappiest and most brawl-heavy one we've seen thus far. Kosa Gaming come out and are able to pull out a very close shave on the Nexus, able to eke out a game number 2, and now we get the finale here. Both these sides swapping once again, I believe, or actually, yes, swapping back, as it is going to be Mad City Premier on the red side. I mean, Nightstar, what do you think? I mean, it felt close enough that maybe it was just a single mistake off, but it also felt maybe the game went on maybe a little bit too long in favor of Kosa Gaming.
Yeah, I would say that at the very end, when it comes to late game, I do think that the side of Mad City should have been able to really pull things out, but you just saw that Nivea was able to do so much work, and it was such a back and forth. Really, honestly, either team could have taken it. Mad City found opportunities. They were able to get some fights, but on the flip side, that went the same way. Like, it was just such a back and forth game. It could have been a 2-0, but here we are into game 3.
Yeah, going into game 3 here. And if you had to pick anything out of these two compositions that the teams have played thus far, right? Both of them feeling very much in their own, unique play styles. How would you approach this? What would be something that you might change if you had to pick different champions, or you had to figure out a way to give yourself that champion advantage for either side?
I think for Mad City, it comes down to what do you want to do in that mid lane. And the Nivea pick had a lot of value for the side of Kosa. So that could be one of those picks that you try and look at, take it away, make sure it doesn't get through into that second phase. And on the flip side, for Kosa Gaming, the Rek'Sai had a couple of struggles towards the mid-late game, but honestly, not a bad pick. So if they go back to it, I can see why they went back to it.
Yeah, if they do, that'll be somewhat a surprise. At the same time, a little bit of a question mark, right? We are going to see what they go ahead and ban away. So it is the Kassadin and the Set are now the two premier bans that they laid out, and the Varus and Morgana were banned away, and the Darius finally coming out. So drastically different. Only 2 remaining from game number 1 are going to be the Camille and the Darius. The Set obviously played in game 2, and that means Kosa Gaming immediately grabbed the Senna.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it's going to be Mad City banning away the Darius right here. And I think it really just comes down to BMD is just so comfortable making plays with this Lee Sin that he's just going to go straight back onto it. Castle, he locks in this Rumble pick. We'll see if Kiwi Pancake opts into the Udyr to try and counter it. Or if they go back onto the Rek'Sai. The Rek'Sai definitely a pick that can also take advantage of the Rumble. And you can also just go into the Rumble's jungle just to try and kill him in the 1v1.
Yeah, well, that's going to be the Tahm Kench is something that I talked about in game number 1 that I had wanted to see originally with the Senna. And I think instead of the Karma, which is what we saw last time. So that is going to be locked in, as well as the Urgot top. So much more brawl heavy. The Set did okay, not great, obviously, was 0-2 at one point, but came back with a vengeance. This time the Urgot can straight up, I feel, duel against the Lee Sin, so we'll really have to watch and see if TLF for once in this series is able to kind of hold his own or even come out with a lane advantage.
And interestingly enough, we're going to see a third pick from Mad City be the Lulu of all things. So going on to an Enchanter could be a setup for something like a Lulu Kog'Maw, which definitely can bully out things like the Senna Tahm Kench, especially the Tahm Kench, where he doesn't offer a whole lot except a bunch of health. And you know what shreds health? A Kog'Maw. And I mean, it's looking really, really good here so far for this Kog'Maw pick, because you have Urgot, who also packs in a lot of HP. So honestly, for Mad City, they could either go for an R4 Cog or even an R5 if they want to see the rest of Kosa's composition.
Yeah, well, that is what we're going to see. Of course, the Master Yi and the Teemo are considered Void champions. If you're playing them here in the current situation, I pray for your soul. That is what I'm going to say there. We go ahead and take a look at the final pickup here. Like you said, R4 or R5. You are hoping for that Kog'Maw, which would, you know, kind of complete that Death Ball squad on the bottom side. And you are correct. The hover and the lock-in will be taken up, as you can already see the Senate and Tahm Kench. So you kind of already have a good idea of what you're going to be playing against. This does leave that mid lane as the opportunity. However, the Lee Sin is a flex. In theory only, of course. We obviously think BMD will most likely take it. So let's go ahead and take a look at what the finals will be. Indigo and Jake are going to go ahead, lock in some champions for the teams, and question marks abound. It is going to be the Zac. Really reaching in the pockets, but again, still a very staple if you really don't know what you want in a jungler.
Yeah, and then I think Kosa Gaming are really struggling as far as how do we get onto the back line? How do we get onto this Kog'Maw? And their solution is go for the Zac pick. Right now, it just comes down to what do you pair it up with? Because right now, this composition is lacking a lot of magic damage. Because this last pick, Yone, while does offer a little bit of magic damage, he mostly offers a whole lot of dive. So it's going to be the dive buddies in Zac and Yone, and we'll see for Mad City who they put in for either mid lane or possibly support. Actually, you know what? It could be a lot of options. They could even have gone for jungle if they really wanted to. But the Sylas pick here, I think, is a really good matchup for the Yone. But having the ability to just use and steal away that Yone ultimate to try and disengage for your Kog'Maw could be a big deal here.
Yeah, normally you would see the Sylas if it were paired up with against the Alistar, say, you know, with the Unbreakable Will, any sort of these ultimates that give you extra buffs. But of course, that shield that can be coming out is going to be a huge opportunity for Mark Boots, who again has been having a fantastic series. We kind of had to say in that game too, the Zoe was doing so much work, even though the scoreline might not have said it. And now, given a high priority situation, given a high agency champion, I want to see what Kiwi Pancake can do to kind of shut this player down. And I mean, yes, the Anivia came online, but how long did that Anivia have to take, right? We had huge question mark, and I think this game is going to be a battle of the jungle mids versus the jungle mids.
Yeah, and I think that this game is really all about this early mid game coming in from both teams. Setting the pace, setting the tempo, because you have Lee Sin, you have Rumble, you have Sylas. All of these champions just want to scrap early on. Level 6, of course, Rumble, that's when he really wants to scrap. But before level 6, you can still play around these lanes relatively well. And on the flip side, you have Urgot, you have Zac, you have Yone. Zac, not necessarily the greatest scrap champion, but he can really help supplement the rest of your scrap champions. And that's going to be the Urgot and the Yone. He brings the CC, lets those two champions do the damage, and that's the situation that you're looking at. And I think it's going to be mostly top-sided focuses here, but of course, Kiwi Pancake hasn't really looked for top side. He's really been looking for the bottom side. He's played, he started top side every single time so far in both of the previous games. So perhaps he's looking for an early gank onto that Lulu Kog'Maw to try and slow them down.
Yeah, and that might be the way to go, because again, we've seen Kog'Maw shred through an enemy team, and I think in this setup, right, against Coastal Gaming, Mad City Premier are happy with that, right? With the Kog'Maw just gun down a Tahm Kench, an Urgot, and a Zac that comes in. And not only that, you take a look at the Yone. If he misses his ultimate, he is going to be free farm. He is easily going to go down. He doesn't have the shield, right? And Kog'Maw innately shreds so much extra armor and magic resist. All that's left is health. That's going to be taken away with the Lord Dominic's Regard. That'll most likely be picked up. what's left, right? Like, you don't have anything. So Kosa Gaming, like you said, really have to focus on kind of shutting down this Kog'Maw, or at least keeping the Lulu maybe off the table, right? You don't want to deal with that wild growth. But let's go ahead and take a look, because for the first time, in my opinion, Castle does not have a hard agency champion. Before, he played the Udyr twice. This time it was actually not picked. He picked the Rumble instead. What do you think of this change up? Because I feel the Udyr was having a lot of impact before.
I was having a lot of success, yeah. Definitely in that case. But here, while the Zac isn't a champion that can just hard punish the Rumble, I think that means Castle, he's going to be really set up to hard carry this mid game here. Being able to secure himself a lot of farm, being able to hit level 6 in time, I think that's going to be what we're watching from Castle, and then hitting level 6 and just exploding onto the map, because this is a pretty easy game from a Rumble standpoint, I feel. You throw down the ultimate, force to send it away, and there's pretty much 4 melee champions. Yes, Urgot's a ranged champion, but he wants to get into melee range in a lot of these fights to be able to get maximum impact from those shotgun needs, to be able to rotate around targets and output maximum damage. So in that case, Rumble doesn't have that hard of a job. He can even throw it like frontline and just shred the frontline here.
Yeah, and finally, I do want to talk about the fact that Mad City Premier before, in 2 games, in both the games prior, we're running more of a hit and run style, a more flexible composition. This time around, it definitely feels like they're kind of challenging Kosa Gaming head on. This is a straight team fight versus team fight composition. And with that in mind, do you feel Mad City Premier have what it takes? I mean, they showed that they can do the hit and run. They showed it, but even in the team fights, Kosa Gaming did take over in those situations. Do you feel Mad City Premier are up to this challenge?
Yeah, in the straight up team fights, Kosa Gaming were able to find a couple of those in their favor. This time around, though, Mad City converting a very, you said it, hit and run style comp into the full converted team fight composition. So in that regard, I think Mad City, they're making changes, and we'll see if in game it pays off. But in my initial thoughts, feel like with how 50-50 those fights earlier were, with a slightly suboptimal full team fight composition, this might just be the backbreaker and just saying, all right, we'll fight you on your game, but we were almost pulling our weight with a suboptimal team fight.
Yeah, well, that is going to be a very fun thing to watch, as we will go ahead and head to a very short commercial break. Make sure we get some quality feed for you and make sure that the gameplay is crisp and nice. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with game number 3 between Mad City Premier and Kosa Gaming. And we are back. Thank you so much for sticking with us through that elongated break, as we did have some technical difficulties. We are good to go, though, as the teams are ready and willing to start duking it out here on the Rift. Once again, the teams are there, and, you know, some cheeky champions being pulled out, but BMD, once again, on the Lee Sin, the one that we are kind of keeping our eyes on, as, again, how he invades and works with this team will be paramount to their potential victory.
Oh, this is bold. This is bold. TLF starting out with the cult. I love the way he thinks. I don't know if this is the lane to do it, but only one way to find out. But I think here for the side of Mad City, really, it's just all about this Lulu Kog'Maw. If Lulu Kog'Maw get out of the lane just fine, then you are in a load of trouble, because you've got Tahm Kench, you've got Urgot, you've got Zac. All of these targets are just going to get absolutely obliterated by this Lulu Kog'Maw combination.
Yeah, what is it? Three auto attacks is what we've seen before, right? Just spitting on everyone, just saying, nope, I am the monster here in the bottom lane. And you know, if they get off the ground like that, that is a real terrifying prospect. Junglers are both going to start on their red bus, so getting some help from a few other laners. They'll go ahead, pick those up, and start making their way around. Looks like it is going to be potentially buff to buff for Kiwi Pancake, and a full clear coming out from the Rumble.
And this is very interesting, because Castle has, or Kiwi Pancake and Castle have always started on opposite ends. Kiwi Pancake has always looked to start top side and finish bot, and on the flip side, Castle has done the opposite. This time around, we're looking at Rumble hopefully keeping his lanes up here, knowing what the win condition is here. It's nice to see. And on the flip side, level 3 Zac gank topside could be very annoying to deal with.
Well, you know what's annoying is watching your bot lane duke it out from a level 2 to level 1. Digital Stain and Might of Meek have had a rough time. It's really been kind of a toss-up, right, on which bottom lane will come out in an advantage situation. With the aggression Indigo and Jake are laying down, it kind of feels like Digital Stain and Meek will be on the receiving side of just trying to power farm for a little bit.
And this is one of the strengths of course, the Senate Tahm Kench, is that if they don't trade onto you, well, these trades are free. You've got the range advantage and you have the sustain advantage. So it's really up to Might of Meek and Digital Stain to be as aggressive as possible, which is a little bit odd to say about a Lulu Kog'Maw lane, but I mean, this is what the lane is about. You throw the E onto, or the W and the E from the Lulu onto the Kog'Maw, and then Kog'Maw just goes to town. And that's really all it is. And he's just such a powerful champion that he can essentially just 1v2 lanes. But here's the gank.
Oh, not exactly the gank yet. Pancake is more just waiting around the side, is going to go ahead and draw the elastic slingshot and not find anyone. He wasn't spotted out by the minion, but it's just, again, you don't want to trade too much. It's only a level 2. I think elastic slingshot. Now they're going to go again. BMD, though, this time I think
he knows
spot him, and so yeah, Kiwi Pancake spending a lot of time on this top side, while Castle is going to go ahead and start stealing away camps.
Okay, able to get himself a Raptor camp, I think there. Well, actually no. Raptor camp's just about to respawn, but you at least get a very full clear coming in from both of these junglers here. That's going to benefit the Rumble a little bit more, I would say. Because he just hates being pressured. Zac also as well. He hates being pressured during the lane phase, but so far, both of these junglers get to kind of do what they want.
Yeah, well, you see the pings going down towards that mid lane. As Toasty actually burned the flash, but now Digital Stain on the wrong side of the map. He is going to go ahead, flash away a little bit off to the side. Might of Meek is going to try and flash away, but the follow-up is there once again. This bot lane is prime for the pickings. Costa Gaming exploiting this weak bottom side and will pick up first blood for themselves.
And it's just poor positioning coming in from the Kog'Maw. Decides to peel upwards when he needs to peel downwards towards his Lulu, and that exposes him. He's forced to expend the flash, and the chase is then on. This is a very punishing lane when it comes to Senna Tahm Kench, because if you make a mistake, Tahm Kench will just dog you down, and you saw right then and there, that's exactly what happened. It's not going to necessarily kill their chances of winning this lane, but it does make things definitely a lot more difficult.
Yep, gotta make it a little bit more than just a little difficult, or a lot more difficult, of course. It's nigh impossible if things get out of control, right? That is something that they have to keep in mind, as we do see Mark Boots go ahead, steal away the Fate Sealed. Toasty Alex really doesn't want to have his own ultimate used against him, so thought about recalling, but is going to stay. He is down 20 in this mid lane, though, as Mark Boots has had a fantastic time in this mid.
Yeah, I don't know what went wrong in this mid lane, but in my opinion, I believe the Yone wins out, but perhaps the early trades go more in favor for the Sylas, and I just remembered it wrong. But Mark Boots, once again, throwing out just a mid clinic. He's just had such great laning performances in all three of these games, and he's going to be relied upon once again here.
Oh, that's going to be a flash kick in, though, and Toasty Alex is nice. Beautiful. And toasty on that equalizer. A kill in the mid lane gives Mark Boots an assist, and Castle the kill.
Castle gets his first kill. He hits level 6, no problem. And now they're going to look to perhaps start out Dragon here. And do they go and try and contest? That's the real question.
Doesn't look like they will. Just, you know, why chance it when your mid laner already went down? You know that man advantage is already there, so they just give over the Infernal, rightly so. It's not the end of the world, as Cloud Drake will be the next one to spawn.
Cloud Drake spawning means that we're going to have a banger conclusion to this series, because it's going to be either Ocean or Mountain to finish things off. And you would hate for a game number 3 to go to a Cloud Soul. It's just not what you want. But here, we're bringing all the extra flair. It is going to be a fun dragon at the very least, which is nice to see. It means that there will be explosive team fights to finish this game. But holy moly, what are these farm differences, Orbital? This jungle, this mid, holy.
Well, it's about to be a little bit more as Equalizer goes down again. Now the bottom lane is getting aggressive on Digital Stain. Is working with some blue suede shoes. Is going to get eaten up, though. Can't really dodge your way out of that. And a jump in is going to pull the less bounce. And Kiwi Pancake goes ahead and grabs another kill on the bottom side. Though back Digital Stain.
No way.
With the passive is going to claim Jake's life.
No way. How do you let that happen? You're Tahm Kench. The shield just doesn't go off. And, you know, sometimes you think you're okay and you're really not. But it is a 1-for-1 exchange. And honestly, the pressure thrown into this mid lane is just... it's just nuts. Like... well, actually, they don't get the kill onto the Unity, but he still loses out more and more farm. So he's essentially, I would say, a kill. And Mark Boots, it's going to come down to him to make these plays come mid game, because he's the one with the massive advantage. He has to find a way to utilize it.
And I mean, he has his options, right? You have the ability to grab a couple different ultimates. Some of them are game changing in terms of like the Dawning Shadow, right? Nice little extra heal for your team, which is extremely buffed up with the AP factor side, right? Like that is going to do so much. The Fate Sealed, of course, is going to allow for a nice little combination. But now we get another fight. They're just constantly aggressing. They have identified it, just like Kosa have identified this bottom lane. Now they're going to pull the teleport. Digital Stain actually stays alive for quite a long time. Now Minamika is going to try and get some help. A little bit of a kick takes Jake right back in. He is going to get the shield up, and now Mighty has to flash away. TLF dodges right in. Fear Beyond Death is going to be assisted by BMD. He tanks it for his support, as that is going to be just a quick kill exchange, it felt like.
Yeah, and I mean, the big deal with that bot trade and the reason why it went south for the side of Mad City is the fact that Might of Meek, he's still level 5. He doesn't have the ultimate to keep his Kog'Maw alive, and that just makes these trades so much harder. Mark Boots possibly in danger, will be able to walk it off. Instead, he's actually going to go back in.
Yeah, but he has very low mana. Both of the fates
that was interesting.
have not been sealed. They go ahead and just, you know, anime slash between each other, and no one really takes any damage.
That was fates unsealed.
Colliding. Fakes colliding, that's what we'll call that.
Yeah. That was honestly fun to watch. Nothing actually happens because of it, but you know what? It was a cool interaction, and wings out.
Yeah, it reminds me of a Silas grabbing a Malphite ultimate and both of them ulting each other at the same time from a fair distance, and they're just like, yeah, we just exchange greetings. That's about it, and it's fun to see, but at the same time, I like that they're willing to take those trades from the two mid laners, right? Showing that they are willing to aggress at points. In a situation where they do need to, Toasty Alex is down 0-2, down a lot of CS. He has to be willing to try and make those big plays, because that ultimate, that's really all he has, right? The shield and giving himself a little extra help, but that's going to be the E brought out. He is going to try and stay a little bit further alive, but just the damage there. One more auto attack with the empowered auto. Mark Boots, I was just talking about Toasty Alex. He's just dead in a 1v1.
And I mean, all the action has clearly just been tossed into this bottom lane, right? Where Kiwi Pancake, he's trying to continue to force ganks onto this Lulu Kog'Maw, knows that that's a big win condition. If he lets this Kog'Maw get away scot-free in this lane phase, he's never going to have a good time when it comes to these team fights, because he's just going to get shredded. But now, what is this play? Kiwi Pancake, he's dead.
You know, I
Give it to
said
Kog'Maw,
it
please.
before. I
Okay.
said it before that this was potentially going to be a mid-jungle identified game for the side of Mad City Premier, right? And then we had also talked about how Costa Gaming, we're looking at the bot side, and so far, that's all it is, right? Who can get further ahead? Can the mid-jungle from Mad City Premier get further ahead than the bottom lane of Costa Gaming with the jungle? It's a give back and forth consistently until someone breaks, and so far Mark Boots having a grand old time. Fear Beyond Death utilized. That is going to be the kick into the hijacked ultimate. That's a double root. Who's it going to get? Oh, it's only one. That is going to be the Silas saving his top laner. Toasty Alex is going to jump all the way in, try and get another Q off, but doesn't find it, and Brown Mandaris will live. He will go ahead and take his Hawaiian coconut all the way back to his own base as Mark Boots gets away with a flash. Bottom lane, we did see Jake also fall as the Tahm Kench has been benched once again.
And what? That was pretty much illegal, what they did. They threw an absolute clinic, and now they're going to be able to kill Indigo as well.
Well, Indigo does go untargetable, and Digital Stain takes one too many tower shots, so they're not going to complete this fight. Predator has been popped, and Castle really wants to try, but again, taking too many tower shots. They are trying to dance this a little bit too hard, and of course they don't lose anyone, but Indigo is happy about the amount of pressure that was just soaked up.
Yeah, honestly, not too bad. Indigo being able to live there, being able to burn so many summoners as well, or cooldowns, I should say, with the Rumble ultimate being thrown into that. Not too bad. Relieves a little bit of pressure. They're forcing the recall coming in from that bottom lane as well, so they're going to be able to get a nice little reset here. Unfortunately, no plates to be gained, so the punish isn't going to be the max, but now Mark Boots, he's going to say his greetings into this bottom lane.
Oh, yeah, that's just what? About 3 seconds of pure CC. Jake will be gifted over to Castle as the Rumble is on a killing spree. Both Mark and Castle have 3 kills apiece. This is just their show to run at this point.
Yep, absolutely. And while TLF has done fine in this top lane, he's really tied up. He hasn't been able to leave the lane because of the wave clear offered by Elite Sin, who just gets instant wave clear in this bottom or top side. But now, can they kill this Kog'Maw?
Well, they're going to try. They do get the double root down. Living Artillery is going to go out. Can't really find any damage, and that's going to be Kiwi Pancake flattening the Kog'Maw. He's going to go ahead and run over, but I mean, it's only about 300 damage for that passes. Mighty is going to get some help from Mark Boots and Castle to stay alive, but still 2-3-1 on this Kog'Maw. Not great, but not terrible to say the least.
Yeah, and now it's going to be BMD taking on Toasty Alex. And while Toasty Alex is going to have a bit of a better time, TLF's going to try and swing it.
Yep, that's going to be a dash out. TLF is going to dodge,
what a dodge.
or get dodged on that
Oh my
point.
God.
I mean, BMD also dodged a knockup on from Toasty Alex, so far he's dancing to his own tune right now.
Yeah, he's just been playing on another level. Honestly, I've been so impressed. And this time around, he does get hit by this disdain, but there's no ultimate from TLF to finish off this kill. And Brownman Darius, he's actually still interested.
He is, but I mean, you could see that there wasn't that much damage. But of course, it doesn't matter because Mark Boots is here. He's going to go ahead, use the Fear Beyond Death, and this time gets hit. Mark Boots, sniper extraordinaire. He's going to walk away with his 4th of the game.
Yeah, and it's this top side that's been just standing tall this entire series. BMD had a fantastic game number 2, even though they did lose. The Zoe pick was also instrumental in keeping that pick close, or keeping that game close. And now in this game number 3, when everything's on the line, they still are standing tall. BMD, though, could be in trouble. He's probably going to die here.
Yeah, he definitely greeted for the tower, but I mean, that's going to be enough as the bot lane is now getting traded on as well. They were able to get 2 towers and a kill for only
TLF.
1 death. Digital Stain might actually go down. That's going to be make it 2. But Mark Boots, again, he is the cleanup crew.
How did he get here?
2, he is going to go ahead and walk his way over to a 3rd in the overall. 5 kills. Nope. Actually, Castle stole that. Scumbag Castle. Mark Boots could have had 6, but no, Castle wanted 1 more for himself.
But how does he get here every single time? Mark Boots, he is the one with Ignites. He doesn't have teleport yet. He gets the kill top lane onto TLF, and then he just walks all the way down to bot lane to meet TLF in that bot side once more. So TLF, he's just... I don't know if he can sleep at night. If he decides to go to the bathroom like around the corner, he's got to be watching out for Mark Boots.
Oh man, that would be a horrifying thought to see like a gamer tag come around the corner of your restroom, and then you see like you hear the clanking of chains and you don't know who it is. It's just
oh god, that's horrifying.
Yeah, like that is the image that I just got. Imagine a Silas just
dark hallway and Silas walking about. Yeah.
Oh man, I don't want to think about it, but so far he is the nightmare, right? He now has that Magi Soul Stealer once again, 10 stacks. Last time he did lose a few stacks, but I mean, it's the Kassadin all over again, right? This is Mark Boots in his element, and literally top lane Brownman Darius took in disadvantageous trade for himself purely to set up his mid laner. Like, how much trust do you have to have in your team to do that? Now TLF is once again gonna get rooted down. Half chunk automatically, and a whiff on his own. So the mirrored hijack ultimate might go through, and actually I think that was a dodge on Mark Boots' side. Yeah, that was actually the hijacked ultimate that went a little bit wide, and TLF is gonna be able to stave off his 4th death.
Yeah, TLF able to dodge that one out. Unfortunately though, it's not gonna stem the tide, as Mark Boots is still just unrelenting. And now you're into a little bit of an issue, because the Silas is fed. And what's the counter Silas? Well, you need some sort of heal reduction. And right now, they don't have it. They have an Executioner's Calling on to the Senna, but that's it. And at this point in the game just comes down to, can Senna scale fast enough? And 20 minutes into the game, we're definitely going to have to check in on how many stacks that Senna has, but I feel like it's not fast enough.
No, I mean, you said,
80. Okay.
I mean, 80 is not bad, but the other one that I also want to keep track of course, is Toasty Alex, right? MSI, we've seen a lot of Yones really keep up, and you can go ahead and see the goal differential, right? About 4K behind his lane opponent, but the rest of the lanes are kind of holding steady, only about 1K behind. I think the jungle also has the largest discrepancy in 2K, but Toasty Alex, Yon has this weird potential to always just get stupidly strong later with a lot of the healing in there, with a lot of the innate kind of defensive capabilities that can be brought out. So if it gets to late game, if you're not giving the respect over to Toasty Alex, if he's allowed to farm up, if he's allowed to get back into this game, it is a scary thought, right? We have seen Mad City Premier lose out because they kind of disrespect
TLF.
But I mean, they're definitely not disrespecting this one. TLF gets soloed out in just a one-way beatdown, laying in a pile of ooze as Baron might be the call.
I mean, to play off of what we were talking about earlier, he just got caught in the dark hallway. Had no idea what was lying in wait for him, and he just gets absolutely bodied. And now,
the rest of the team follow through on Costa Gaming, and they land all on the equalizer. The health bars are burning down. Kiwi Pancake is going to go ahead and get shredded. Mark Boots survived that entire engage, and he's going to go ahead and dominate over Kiwi Pancake. Mid lane now completely open, if they so decide, as Indigo and Toasty Alex run for the hills.
Lulu Kog'Maw onto Baron. They tried to threaten the 20-minute Baron, and on the flip side, Costa Gaming, they knew. Like, Lulu Kog'Maw, you just can't give them an inch when it comes to some of these objectives, and they try and contest. But TLF, he gets picked off first in a 4v5 when the side of Mad City are fully prepared for the rest of the 4 members to walk into you. It's just lights out. So they get themselves a bunch of kills. They also get a Baron to their name. They've got so much gold in their pockets. And you're looking at just this mid lane. There's 3.5 items completed. There's only 1.5 items. Not even completed boots onto this Yone. This Yone is struggling.
It's a struggle bus. That's all it is, struggling to even make it up a minor hill. And with Dragon coming up in 20 seconds, we didn't even get to talk about it.
They don't even care about Dragon. They're just running down mid.
Ocean Soul is optional, and they're just going to go ahead and take it. Now they are the ones completely in the driver's seat, and Brown Mandarius,
they're cut off.
Get the kickoff. That's the equalizer, zoning out Indigo. Once again, just like you said, nice start. They can't find an in. They will take quite a few of the health bars, but no one dies. That is the crucial step right there. But now Dragon is open.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. They don't need to kill them all in that fight because they know in 3 seconds Dragon's going to spawn, and the side of Costa, they have to contest this. But how can you when you're so low on health?
Oh, well, they just get turned on right away. The Dragon Kick ends Kiwi Pancake's life. Toasty Alex is going to get roasted by the Flame Spitter. No shield is too strong for the Living Artillery. Digital Stain is going to go ahead and snipe that kill down. 4-0 in a quick succession of executions. Mid will be opened up as TLF will have to watch from his fountain.
Yeah, they're going to I think they're going to try and end the game. Death Timers are long enough that they can find the end, and now it's all about TLF. Can he clear out the minion waves, or is he just going to die here?
Well, he does get devoured, and that's just going to delay it a little bit. Kog'Maw actually goes down there, and
dies.
I think it doesn't matter. Nexus is open. The auto attacks are going through. They do get slammed together by the Zac, but enough people are hitting the Nexus. That is going to be Mad City Premier taking game number 3.
And what an absolute clinic that was. 24 minutes. That Baron was secured at 22, and 2 minutes later, the game was done. What a performance coming in from Mad City. And while that game number 2 was extremely close, you almost want to chalk it up to, well, I guess they just wanted to have a bit of a fun game after that domination in game 1, because it was absolute domination in games 1 and 3.
Yeah, and in game number 2, remember how those first kills came about, right? It was Mad City Premier that were actually initiating a lot of those fights and just, excuse me, it didn't fall into their way, right? Very, very close kills. It was Jake finding a quick pick onto the Seraphine, right? So it wasn't so much that that I want to say Costa Gaming were on the offensive. It was more they reacted properly and were able to play off of those mistakes. This game, there were no mistakes. Very clean across the entire board. Yes, Digital Stain and Mighty Meek were still a little bit shaky, but with Brown Man Darius in the top side, with Castle in the jungle, and Mark Boots especially in that mid lane, nothing to fear, as that is going to be a Mad City Premier moving on to the semifinals.
Yeah, and they look absolutely terrifying in that series. I just want to see more of this team. I feel like their rotations are just so good when it comes to like macro play, making sure you trade on the opposite side if a play happens on one side. And in this series here, Kiwi Pancake, like he had a relatively good performance. We saw him gank and be successful with these ganks. It was just a matter of, well, while he's making a play, there's like 5 other plays that are going well for the side of Mad City, and you just couldn't be a one-man army on that Zach.
Yeah, unfortunately not. The Blob had to watch everything fall apart, and honestly, Costa Gaming put up a huge battle, but their playoff run ends here. Mad City Premier will go ahead and move on to the semifinals to face off against the winner between Wichita Wolves and Mad City Wildcard. So the potential to see a little bit of a civil war in the upcoming matches. However, of course, that does mean that a third seed would have to beat a first seed, but miracles can't happen. So we'll only have to wait and see. With that, we will go ahead and end our broadcast here of the Upsurge Contenders League. So thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Orbital. With me has been Nightstar with Andy on the production. Thank you so much for tuning in and have a fantastic evening.